Chapter 1152. These three simple palm strikes materialized mountains and rivers, layered over each other and sending back the three great perfection blue-robed emperors. Fei Lingyi stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the jadeite. Then he released his aura. The strong accumulations of a half-step Emperor Wu put pressure on everyone. You are really bold. To think that you dare to target me in my jadeite mountain manor. Even if you obtain this jadeite, would you dare to use it? Fei Lingyi snorted coldly. The three great perfection blue-robed emperors who landed immediately felt the pressure multiply. When the others heard this, they startled awake. This jadeite was refined by the jadeite sovereign. Unless one was a sovereign martial emperor, one could erase the jadeite sovereign's mark. Otherwise, if one was not a descendant of the jadeite sovereign's bloodline, one would not be able to use it. That would only bring disaster to oneself. After the three got up, they did not say anything more and quickly fled. Fei Lingyi ignored them. He swept his gaze through the many blue-robed emperors before fixing it on Yu Bingyun. He said indifferently, "The Lunar Palace's people are indeed better. You even managed to bribe the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's people. This Fei is convinced of my loss this time. Everyone please disperse. I've let you all watch a joke." At this point, how could Fei Lingyi not figure out that the heptagold origin was a trap laid by the Lunar Palace and the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion? Yu Bingyun smiled but showed no intention of leaving. She looked at the blood cocoon in the air and said, "In the ancient records of my lunar palace, the life and death art that the blood sword sovereign used to condense the heart of an emperor in advance is very likely to be hidden in this heavenly blood sword." The moment Yu Bingyun said that, several of the blue-robed emperors preparing to leave stopped. This was especially so for those consummation blue-robed emperors. As they looked at the large blood cocoon, a boundless light appeared in their eyes. The blood sword sovereign was a legendary martial emperor of his generation. He had left behind countless legends. Naturally, what the descendants remembered the most was that he condensed the heart of an emperor before he became Emperor Wu. When Yu Bingyun said that the life and death art might be hidden in this blood cocoon, how could the blue-robed emperor not be moved? Even Xiao Qian couldn't help but be tempted. When Fei Lingyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His pale expression changed indeterminately. To think that there was such a secret. He had held the Heaven Cloud Jadeite sword for several hundred years, but he had never noticed it. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you to keep it safe for a while. If anything happens, please let me know. Fei Lingyi did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stretched out his hand, and the mysterious blood cocoon quickly flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's expression changed. Before she could figure out what was going on, the blood cocoon appeared before her. She reflexively grabbed the blood cocoon. When the crimson blood cocoon fell into his hand and he felt the murderous gazes directed at him, he came to his senses. Cursing inwardly, he pulled Xiao Qian and flew away. "Let's go." Before Xiao Qian could react, Yu Bingyun had already pulled him away. When he looked back, he saw more than 300 great perfection blue-robed emperors and 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors frantically chasing after them. The extraordinarily bustling jadeite mountain manor instantly emptied out. No one remained. Fei Lingyi withdrew his half-step Emperor Wu's strong aura. Then he vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt to the ground. "Manor Lord, are you all right?" An attendant in the mountain manor quickly came over to support Fei Lingyi, asking with an extremely worried expression. Earlier, he had wondered why Fei Lingyi had given away the blood cocoon formed by the heavenly cloud sword fragment. Now it looked like Fei Lingyi had no choice but to give it away. After enduring most of the destructive force of the divine weapon's shattering, he was severely injured. Given his previous temper, he definitely would not have let off those three great perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted the jadeite. Fei Lingyi waved his hand and pushed that person away. He said, "I'm fine. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yu Bingyun's movements. Tell me immediately if the blood sword sovereign left a secret technique in the blood cocoon or not." All right. Under Fei Lingyi's insistence, that person had no choice but to leave. However, before he left, he glanced at Fei Lingyi worriedly. Fei Lingyi looked helplessly at the sky. The scattered dark clouds were already slowly gathering. Only a final ray of light shone on him, making him look strangely sorrowful. He still could not see him. He did not come at all. Even after preparing for 15 years and tearing through the sky, he still hardened his heart and did not come, unwilling to see this grandson of his. Even though he was so severely injured, nearly dying, he still did not show up. Before Fei Lingyi's gaze, the thick dark clouds slowly gathered. Outside the barrier of the sky, which was tens of thousands of meters taller than the dark clouds, a man and a woman stood on a small planet floating in the universe. They did not do anything, but they forcefully deviated this small planet from its trajectory and stopped it from moving. The man's face was like jade. His eyes were like stars and gems, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like he was only in his 20s. This person's aura was extraordinary, like an immortal from the immortal epoch, drifting like an immortal. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, looking delicate and fragile. She had a noble air, graceful and elegant. Ribbons circled behind her gorgeous dress, and a bright moon vaguely appeared behind her. If Fei Lingyi and Yu Bingyun were here, they would definitely recognize these two. These two were the famous Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's current palace master. One was a famous sovereign martial emperor of the Black Sea, and the other was the uncrowned queen of the heavenly starry ocean, a powerful prime. You are really extraordinarily ruthless. For the sake of meeting you, he caused such a huge commotion, and yet you did not show anything, the Lunar Palace's palace master said indifferently after withdrawing her gaze. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while he sighed and said, I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Emperor Wu and live for another 500 years. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while he sighed and said, I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Martial Emperor and live for another 500 years. He does not have sufficient luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death in the end. He doesn't have enough luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death. The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to. The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to. Fei Lingyi only cared about his preparations. He did not know that the news had leaked out long ago. He also did not know what kind of huge waves his rash actions had kicked up in Emperor Wu's circle. If not for the Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's palace master working together to suppress this matter, sending only Yu Bingyun to deal with it, he would have died several times already. But then again, the successor you've chosen is indeed bold. He directly blew up the divine weapon. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to reforge the heavenly blood sword. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard the Jadeite sovereign mention Yu Bingyun, she revealed a smile on her face. She only took the Jadeite sovereign's words as praise. How is it? What do you think of me as the successor? Shrewdness, scheming, boldness, luck and talent are all top-notch. She can ensure that the Lunar Palace will not be defeated for 1,000 years. However, the Jadeite sovereign suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. The Lunar Palace's palace master raised her head and asked, However what? The Jadeite sovereign smiled and continued, However, when he stands beside the Qing Emperor's descendant, he is still somewhat inferior. He does not have the pride that comes from the depths of his bones. He also lacks the air of a ruler that comes from the inside out, able to withdraw as he pleases. Did you notice that this youth's elegance is already no weaker than that of the Qing Emperor back then? He might even surpass it. His overwhelming luck is even more enviable. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she revealed a slightly displeased expression. It was not that she lacked magnanimity or self-restraint. However, the Jadeite sovereign's evaluation of this person had something to do with the Qing Emperor. This made it hard for the Lunar Palace's palace master to erase the grudge in her heart. If it were another youth, the Lunar Palace's palace master would not show such an expression. You are right. However, no matter what, he only has 4 years left. In the end he will pass by like a meteor. Not to mention becoming the Qing Emperor, any outstanding talent in this age of geniuses will be stronger than him. The Jadeite sovereign knew a little about what the Qing Emperor did to the Lunar Palace. Seeing that the Lunar Palace's palace master's emotions were deep, he did not pursue this topic. Oh, right, is there really the life and death art that the Blood Sword sovereign left in the heavenly blood sword? The Lunar Palace's palace master asked with interest when she thought of this matter. The Jadeite sovereign shook his head and replied, How can that be? If there really was, I would have taken it out long ago. There is only a map in there. The location is a cave where the Blood Sword sovereign cultivated in the past. As for whether the life and death art is in there or not, I do not know. How can you not know? Could it be that you have never been there before? I really have not been there before. During the Blood Sword sovereign's era, the entire Black Sea continent was still intact. Even now, although we know that the location is still on Blackwater Island, the world has changed many times. Even a geomaster would have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out. After a pause, the Jadeite sovereign continued, furthermore, even if we find the life and death art, it would be useless to Emperor Wu. Even the blue-robed emperor would find it extremely difficult to use this secret technique to condense a heart of an emperor. Not everyone has the blood sword sovereign's physique, excellent comprehension ability, and extraordinary willpower. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she immediately lost much of her interest. In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to these juniors. She pushed off the ground and the ribbons behind her fluttered. Then her gorgeous figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. As the Jadeite sovereign stood in the starry heavens, he glanced at Fei Lingyi from a great distance. He muttered, "You will never understand. In the end, a butterfly needs to turn into a cocoon before it can spread its wings. If I help you break that cocoon, how can you truly fly? Sometimes you have to learn to let go of the emperor's road." Shaking his head, the Jadeite sovereign pushed off with his feet, and his graceful figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. Bang! The instant the Jadeite sovereign left, the small planet that had been out of orbit for too long instantly exploded, turning into countless meteors charging at the barrier of the sky. They burned with light and heat, releasing a boundlessly resplendent light. Chapter 1153. The meteor was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, it lasted only an instant, disappearing in a flash. Even the Lunar Palace's palace master did not think highly of Xiao Qian. At this moment, for the sake of avoiding becoming a meteor, he frantically fled with Yu Bingyun on Blackwater Island. The large group of blue-robed emperors pursuing the two did not stop for even a moment. Even after the two used all their tricks and schemes, they still could not shake off this group of frenzied blue-robed emperors. To the blue-robed emperor, condensing the heart of an emperor in advance was a great temptation. No matter what, he would not give up. Xiao Qian was in a sorry state from the chase. He even had several wounds on his body. If there were only 10 odd people, he believed that he could handle them. However, there were hundreds of blue-robed emperors chasing him. There were even several consummation blue-robed emperors. Xiao Qian simply could not do anything about it. "Never mind, I give up." Xiao Qian, who was speeding through the air, suddenly stopped and said. Yu Bingyun asked, finding it strange, "Are you sure? If you insist, I have a trump card to shake off these troublesome fellows." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I have a trump card as well. However, I really cannot monopolize this thing. Otherwise, the two of us will fall for Fei Lingyi's trap." Xiao Qian grabbed the mysterious blood cocoon in Yu Bingyun's hand. Then he turned around and raised it high. "Whoever makes a move, I will directly destroy it." The moment Xiao Qian said that, the group of people frantically chasing after Xiao Qian with surging auras immediately stopped anxiously. The hundreds of blue-robed emperors eyed Xiao Qian covetously, stirring up winds and clouds in the surroundings. Their auras were so strong that they nearly could not stand up. "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. Hand over the blood cocoon formed by the fragments of the heavenly cloud sword, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you." The one who spoke was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qian had some impression of this person. His name was Jin Liangqi. He had seen this person in action in front of the testing monument. He was able to light up 9 of the 10 purple gems on the 6th row. Among the great perfection blue-robed emperors, his strength was at the top. Xiao Qian admitted that he was not as strong as the other party, but he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Hand it over? Hand it over to you and let you take it away?" That was exactly what he wanted to say. Just as Jin Liangqi was about to say yes, he suddenly noticed many unfriendly gazes looking at him. Cursing in his heart, he smiled awkwardly. "Of course not. It's the right way to share it with everyone. Otherwise, no matter who gets it, there will inevitably be a fierce battle, and it will benefit an outsider." Xiao Qian glanced at the mysterious blood cocoon in his hand. Then he looked at the many blue-robed emperors. Even when facing so many blue-robed emperors, he did not show any stage fright. "Very well. What Senior Jin said is actually what I wanted to say as well. No one can monopolize the secret of the life and death art. If everyone has no problems, I can choose to cut open this blood cocoon now and see if there is the life and death art inside." The surroundings fell silent. Clearly there were still some misgivings. After all, the blood cocoon was in Xiao Qian's hands. Even if there was the life and death art inside, it was still up to him to decide whether to split it or not. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will continue to run after taking the life and death art? If I really wanted to keep it for myself, I wouldn't have stopped. I've already said this much. Whether you are willing or not, I will cut it open now. He could not be bothered with this group of paranoid old monsters who were overthinking things. Xiao Qin used his palm as a saber, not giving these people a chance to retort. He hacked down, and the 40% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness spread throughout his body. A horrifying saber intent spread out. Xiao Qin's clothes and hair fluttered, giving off melodious tinkling sounds. The boundless saber intent was like zither music spreading out in all directions. Xiao Qin's move stunned several blue-robed emperors. A strange light flashed in their eyes. For this white-robed bladesman to last so long under the pursuit of so many blue-robed emperors, he was indeed extraordinary. Wuxia. A saber light flickered, and Xiao Qin's hand saber neatly cut open the mysterious scarlet blood cocoon without leaving a mark. Instantly, a scarlet light spread out, looking like blood spreading everywhere. The blood cocoon slowly melted, thickening the scarlet light and forming a blood mist. A floating drawing appeared on Xiao Qin's palm. He was somewhat surprised. The blood cocoon was not empty, nor was it the life and death art. It was just an ancient drawing that looked like a map. Brat, quickly hand over the drawing. Hurry up. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place alive. The blue-robed emperors did not care whether this drawing had anything to do with the life and death art or not. When the map appeared, they immediately roared. Xiao Qin ignored them. He opened the drawing and took a look. After memorizing it, he quickly pushed the drawing out. Let's go. Not wanting to care about this group of blue-robed emperors, Xiao Qin called out to Yu Bingyun and quickly left. Seeing the drawing floating over, the excited blue-robed emperors cautiously quietened down. If anyone dared to make a move, they would destroy this drawing in the chaos. Jin Liangqi's gaze was like lightning. He did not make a move, just taking a look as well. After memorizing the contents of the drawing, he left quietly. At the blue-robed emperor's level, nearly everyone had a photographic memory. As the various blue-robed emperors memorized the contents of the drawing, the number of blue-robed emperors decreased. In the end, not a single one remained, leaving only this lonely treasure map drifting down. Speaking of which, this was rather laughable. Earlier, everyone had chased after this item crazily. However, when they discovered that it was just a drawing, no one went to take it in, leaving it to drift everywhere. In a large courtyard in Blackwater City, Xiao Qin took out a brush and paper. Then he drew out everything he had memorized word for word. He gently blew on the brush and dried the ink. Then Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun carefully observed it. This is a map. Based on the red mark, it should be a cave. Combined with the Blood Sword Sovereign's identity, the answer is clear. This map records a cave that the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated in. After observing for a long time, Yu Bingyun quickly came to a conclusion. Xiao Qin did not deny it. This was the most superficial information. Practically everyone who obtained the drawing could figure it out. The difficult part was not this. The difficult part was the path on the map. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed. The landscape had changed a few times, and the routes and landmarks on the map had long since disappeared. Trying to find the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave by relying on this map was no less than a fantasy. It was impossible. Clearly Yu Bingyun knew this as well. After some thought, she said, "We have to find an old man familiar with the Black Sea's terrain and draw out a rough outline of the cave. After that, we have to find a geomaster to observe the geography and geomancy, figuring out where the cave is." Xiao Qin nodded. This was the only way. He said, "You can handle the first part. There's no need to find a geomaster for the latter part." "What do you mean?" Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Although I'm just a dabbling geomaster, I believe that my skill far surpasses the average." Yu Bingyun's eyes lit up. Finding it strange, she said, "I couldn't tell. I really don't know what you don't know. There are many things that I don't know. For example, I do not have the courage to waste a heptagold origin to blow up a divine weapon." Yu Bingyun felt stifled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin was still angry at her for not informing him in advance. She put away the map and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, "I can't be bothered with you. After I figure out the rough location, I'll come and look for you, a geomaster." After the other party left, Xiao Qin took out 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks from the universe ring. He muttered, 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks should be sufficient to raise my 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehended. This saber soul is really difficult to advance. As Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun made their preparations, the entire Blackwater City turned chaotic. The news of the map spread like wildfire. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors in Blackwater City were startled. Each of those blue-robed emperors was more intelligent than the last. Soon they came to a similar conclusion as Yu Bingyun. They started to search for skilled geomasters wanting to enter the cave first. Regardless of whether there was any information about the life and death art in the cave, everyone knew that they would not return empty-handed after going to the cave where the blood sword sovereign once cultivated. Inside the Xia clan's courtyard, Xia Luo and Wang Zhen studied the map, their faces filled with wild joy. Xia Luo smiled and said, "As long as I obtain the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor in advance, I am confident of advancing to martial emperor within 10 years. Similarly, Wang Zhen could not hide the joy on his face. After condensing the heart of an emperor, I will be 99% confident of undergoing my great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh, by the way, second young master, should we inform first young master and the main clan of this news?" Xia Luo thought for a while before shaking his head. "No. The Dark Sea is too far from us. By the time the main clan's people arrive, they will be much too late. Our own strength is sufficient." At the same time, Jiang Feng held the map, his face also filled with joy. "Originally, I just wanted to join in on the excitement of the auction. Unexpectedly, I managed to obtain such a harvest. If I condense the heart of an emperor and return to Dark City, I will be able to sweep through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation." Everyone moved quickly, afraid of being too slow. The area of the cave shrank. In the end, they determined that it was to the west of Blackwater Island. However, the size of Blackwater Island was already no smaller than a small continent. This area was still rather large. As for the rest, they could only rely on geomasters to observe the geography. 4 days passed. Xiaoqin successfully used 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks to temper his 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehension. Every time his saber soul increased by 10%, its might would improve significantly. His gaze would become sharper and his aura sharper. With just one look he could frighten his opponent. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to raise his saber soul. As Xiaoqin had never used a demon fiend rock before, the effect this time was very obvious. If he used it a second time, the effect would be significantly weaker. This was unless he used a peak-grade demon fiend rock that moved even Emperor Wu. Of course, speaking of which, now that Xiaoqin had a 5th saber soul and was in the blue-robed emperor realm, he could already look down on everyone. If Xiaoqin's other states, thunder, death, massacre, despair and grief, were taken into account, he would be even more unfathomable. In battle, he would have many wondrous effects that mysterious phenomena could not achieve. Chapter 1154. When Xiaoqin opened his eyes, countless sabers hummed in their depths. He felt his combat prowess increase significantly. His fighting spirit soared. He wished that he could find a consummation blue-robed emperor and have a good fight. Cassie. Just at this moment, the door opened and Yu Bingyun rushed in. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Xiaoqian's sharp gaze. Suddenly, she felt like an invisible saber stabbed into her chest. There was a strange pain and she could not help taking half a step back. When Xiaoqin saw that his saber soul injured the other party, he quickly withdrew it. His sharp aura immediately vanished and he could control it as he pleased. Xiaoqin stood up and apologized. At the same time he thought to himself, under the full power attack of my 50% comprehended saber soul, Yu Bingyun actually only took half a step back. Yu Bingyun, who was caught off guard, only took half a step back. This woman must have many secrets that I do not know. As for the trump card that Yu Bingyun once mentioned, Xiaoqin was very interested. His trump card was that plume feather. What would Yu Bingyun's trump card be? Your gaze is really scary. It feels like you have pierced through my heart, Yu Bingyun said with some half-truths. Then she took out a map and said, let's get back to business. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave has already been determined to be to the west of Blackwater Island. When Xiaoqin heard that, he thought for a while before saying, the west of Blackwater Island? This is really a large area. Be content. After tens of thousands of years, it is already not easy to recognize Thunder Sword Peak with a mark on the map. The rest will depend on you, a geomaster. Don't brag so much, but in the end you do not even have a clue, Yu Bingyun said mockingly. Clearly she did not believe what Xiaoqin had said. Geomasters were famous for being secretive and clandestine. Outsiders would find it hard to learn the essence of it. Xiaoqin's talent was pretty good, but that was only in the martial Dao. As a geomaster, Yu Bingyun found it hard to rest assured. Xiaoqin smiled and did not argue. The geomancy of the sea was much more complicated than that of the land. However, he could handle it. Xiaoqin could deal with it all the more when it came to seeking dragons and fixing veins on land. But at this time it was useless to say anything. He just had to prove himself with his actions. After packing up, Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun flew out of Blackwater City, rushing to the west of the island. For an ordinary person, it would take a day and a night to cross the border of the island, but for the blue-robed emperor, it would not take too long. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun stopped at the summit of Thundersword Peak. The Lightning Sword Peak corresponded to a mountain peak on the map. Although its appearance had changed a few times over the past tens of thousands of years, it was still the same as before. However, the sword-shaped mountain peak that rose straight into the sky and the endless thunder and lightning in the sky matched perfectly with the markings on the map. He was 100% sure that this Lightning Sword Peak was the peak marked by lightning on the map. The small summit was filled with blue-robed emperors. Each blue-robed emperor had a geomaster with a sinister aura by their side, holding all sorts of dragon-seeking secret treasures in their hands. When Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun landed on the summit, they immediately attracted the attention of several people. Back then, Xiao Qin held up the blood cocoon and faced the hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Now, all the peak cultivators in Blackwater City knew the name of the white-robed bladesman. When an old man saw Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun coming alone without a geomaster, he smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you here with just the two of you? I don't see you inviting a geomaster. Are you trying to take advantage of us by following behind us?" After that old man said that, he guffawed. The other old men all laughed contentedly as well. For days ago, Xiao Qin was very arrogant. Now, the other party should have restrained himself, knowing that these local experts were not to be trifled with. It was just like now. Without any fame, it would not be easy to invite a geomaster. It doesn't matter. Young people still have opportunities to learn. This time we will let you follow behind us and learn properly. That's true. Even if we let him follow, he will not be able to enter the cave in the first place. The group of old men laughed wantonly, feeling very comfortable in their hearts. 4 days ago, Xiao Qin had been too sharp, showing no respect to these seniors. They had long since disliked him in their hearts. More and more blue-robed emperors flew over from the summit. When they saw Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun coming alone, they felt a sense of superiority. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, there is no need to worry. This junior indeed cannot invite a geomaster. However, I know a thing or two about searching for dragons, fixing veins, observing the wind, and observing the water. When the time comes, it will be hard to say who will be following who." Ha 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 ha. The moment Xiao Qin said that, he immediately elicited loud laughter. How noble was a geomaster! If not for being influenced by a geomaster from a young age and receiving the guidance of a geomaster senior, he would not have been able to do so. No matter how talented a regular cultivator was, they would only be able to learn the slightest bit of it, unable to be of any use. More importantly, geomasters were passed down through the bloodline. Outsiders could not learn it even if they wanted to. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin boasted shamelessly in front of so many geomasters, saying that he knew a thing or two about it and that he wanted to find the cave before them. This was simply a great joke. Everyone could not help but laugh at him for overestimating himself and being boundlessly arrogant. The black-clad old man who first mocked Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, then this old man will make a bet with you on behalf of these geomasters. Let's see whose dragon-seeking art is stronger. I know you are rich and overbearing, so let's not bet on anything else. The loser will just shout, 'I am a pig,' 3 times on this summit." That's right. This old man will bet with you as well. I really don't believe that our group of people will follow behind you to find the cave. I'll bet with you as well. The group of old men on the summit wanted to test Xiao Qin's sharpness, so they all followed him. Xiao Qin could not help laughing. Interesting. Good, I'll accept this bet. Boundlessly arrogant. Where did this brat come from? This geomaster will ask you this. Do you know what a dragon vein is? The geomasters present could not stand Xiao Qin's attitude. They felt that Xiao Qin completely ignored them, the orthodox geomasters. A white-haired geomaster could not help reprimanding Xiao Qin angrily. As the saying goes, a hero does not care about his background. Senior, why do you care where I come from? Since you do not know what a dragon vein is, then I'll tell you. The words dragon vein have to be looked at separately. The dragon is the terrain, the substance. The stars are upright and upright, the bright hall is wide, the lakes and ponds are intertwined, the distant mountains and nearby rivers gather in the morning and evening. There are thousands of veins, all different. However, having the terrain is not enough. It also needs the charm within. Otherwise it will only be a false dragon. The vein in the dragon vein refers to the spirit. How can an ordinary person use the terrain to observe the spirit? That will depend on the true ability of a geomaster. Xiao Qin did not lose his sharpness in the face of this Geomaster's rebuke. He spoke a long string of geomancy terms, catching the white-haired Geomaster off guard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin really understood this trade. There were several terms that only Geomasters like them could understand. He did not seem like an outsider who had only scratched the surface. Xiao Qin's aura was too strong, putting immense pressure on this white-haired Geomaster. His heart pounded heavily. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It is just an insignificant skill. Why the need to put on an act? Let me ask you again. Do you know how many kinds of dragon veins there are?" When Xiao Qin heard this, he could not help but smile. "It looks like old sir's character is not very good. Your question is not very brilliant. The terrain of mountains and rivers is very strange, all different. On a smaller scale there are many kinds. True dragons, false dragons, calamity dragons, killing dragons, auspicious dragons, ferocious dragons, strong dragons, weak dragons, fat dragons, skinny dragons, noble dragons, despicable dragons, and so on. However, on a larger scale there are only two kinds. One is for obedience and the other is against. There is a saying in ancient geomancy, 'Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die.' I would like old sir to explain this to me." Xiao Qin's words flowed like a river, flowing endlessly. His aura became sharper as he spoke. The final question forced that white-haired Geomaster to take a few steps back involuntarily, rendered speechless. The summit fell silent. When the group of blue-robed emperors who made a bet with Xiao Qin saw this scene, they all felt somewhat nervous. Could it be that they would lose? As Yu Bingyun looked at the boundlessly elegant Xiao Qin, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. Then she revealed a faint smile. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, unable to answer, Xiao Qin could not help feeling dispirited. These Geomasters were not at the peak. Compared to the Geomasters Xiao Qin saw at the Northern Sea Alliance, they were not even close. Compared to Jiang Tian who gave him the vellum, there was no comparison at all. The difference was like the difference between cloud and mud. These people still wanted to take advantage of their seniority, wanting to teach him a lesson in anger. They were simply asking for trouble, not worthy of any sympathy. After taking a few steps back, the white-haired Geomaster calmed himself. Wanting to redeem some face, he said, "You are just lucky and managed to read some ancient Geomaster books. Compared to our Geomaster clans, you are far inferior." "That's right. You speak so extravagantly. In the end we still have to fight. Seeing that you did not bring a single dragon-seeking secret treasure, I knew that you only know how to talk." When the group of Geomasters saw that Xiao Qin, this outsider, could not suppress their aura, they felt dissatisfied and started shouting. When the other blue-robed emperors heard this, they rejoiced in their hearts, feeling hopeful. This Xiao Qin nearly frightened them. The inheritance of a Geomaster was incredibly complicated. How could a youth understand it? When Xiao Qin heard this, he smiled coldly. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, flickering with a strange purple light. He said indifferently, "What dragon-seeking secret treasure do I need? My eye is the best dragon-seeking secret treasure. Heavenly Eye." The instant the vertical eye opened, the old Geomasters were all astonished. Shock filled their eyes and their breathing became somewhat anxious. The Heavenly Eye, a famous skill among Geomasters since ancient times, actually appeared again. Furthermore, it appeared on a youth. When the many blue-robed emperors saw this scene, their hearts sank. They all had a bad feeling. "It's over. We are probably going to fail this time. This white-robed bladesman before us is really a Geomaster who hid his strength." After Xiao Qin opened the Heavenly Eye, he did not remain idle for even a moment. The strange vertical eye scanned the surroundings, looking at all sorts of terrain. All sorts of strange things appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. He took in a panoramic view of the 500 kilometers in front of him. He instantly analyzed several different dragon veins. Chapter 1155. Xiao Qin formed a finger seal with one hand, and beams of light appeared between his fingers. The terrain in his mind quickly materialized on his palm. The speed at which it changed was hard to see with the naked eye. Aside from being able to see the terrain somewhat clearly, the others could only see all sorts of strange dragon-shaped chi flickering continuously as Xiao Qin's fingers moved, appearing boundlessly profound. After 10 breaths, Xiao Qin felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He immediately closed the vertical eye on his forehead and both his eyes at the same time. Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered in the wind as he sank into deep thought, his body merging with the world. As Xiao Qin's fingers moved, all sorts of dragon roars resounded for 500 kilometers in front. Occasionally, dragon chi tore through the ground and soared into the clouds. This is a strong dragon. This is a killing dragon. This is a tribulation dragon. The many geomasters recognized the various dragon veins as Xiao Chen's fingers moved. At this moment, these geomasters no longer looked down on Xiao Chen like they did earlier. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. As they looked at Xiao Chen's exquisite dragon-seeking secret art, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking secret art was indeed on a higher level than theirs. They could not help but be impressed. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and flicked his hand. The various dragon-shaped lights vanished. His movements were extremely elegant and graceful. He already had some answers in his heart. The many blue-robed emperors all turned ashen. By now it was clear who was better between Xiao Chen and the geomasters. As for who won the bet between them and Xiao Chen, there was no need to say more. But for them to admit defeat and shout, "I'm a pig," 3 times in front of everyone, they couldn't do such a thing no matter what. If they really said it, it would probably spread throughout the entire Blackwater Sea in less than half a day. At that time, they would not be able to remain in this sea region with their old faces. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat pleased in her heart. That's what you get for looking down on me. Now you suffer a setback. She smiled gently and said, I wonder if the bet still counts or not. This little girl saw it clearly from start to end. These words could be considered a threat. If these old men went back on their word and spread the news, they would also lose all face. The face of the black-robed old man who had made the bet first turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he said in a deep voice, Little girl, you don't have to provoke me. I'm a man of my word. At worst, I'll just leave the Black Sea in the future. Just as he was about to take the lead and say that he was a pig, Xiao Chen turned around and stopped him. Forget it. Seniors are already so old. There's no need for you to suffer such humiliation. I'm also not an overbearing and domineering person. Everyone just take this as a lesson. Even if he's just an ignorant brat, there's no need to wantonly ridicule him or suppress him. It's still the same old saying. A hero doesn't care about his background. Who can predict that the person you ridiculed and humiliated today would one day rise to the top and laugh proudly at the peak? Hearing those words, the old men immediately heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. All of them had lived for hundreds of years. If they really said those words, they would really lose all their face. Now that the many old men adjusted their attitudes and sized up Xiao Chen again, they could not help but view him in a different light. They discovered that Xiao Chen had an extremely strong aura, comparable to that of those major characters who had ascended to the Emperor's Tao. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's mental state far surpassed these old men's. The black-robed old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, This time we have learned a lot. Many thanks, little brother, for being lenient. This old man owes you a favor. The other blue-robed emperors also performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. At the same time, someone could not help asking, Little brother, would you be willing to tell us your great name? Everyone guessed that an outstanding talent like Xiao Chen would definitely not be unknown. They could not help being curious about Xiao Chen's true identity. Since the other party asked, Xiao Chen did not hide it. His true identity would be exposed sooner or later, so he answered honestly, I am Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen and my surname is Chen. Xiao Chen. The many old men mulled over this name a few times but still could not find anything. There was no young outstanding talent in the Black Sea that matched his name. Only the black-robed old man thought for a while before saying in realization, Xiao Chen? Are you the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace's Thunder King? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that an expert of the blue-robed emperor level in the Black Sea knew of his title as the Blue Dragon King. He nodded and said, That is me. At this moment, the expressions of the many blue-robed emperors as they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. The name of the Qing Emperor went without saying. He was a legend of the previous era. Everyone had heard of him. The Thunder King was an expert of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was known as a living legend. The blue-robed emperors were truly blind. Who could have imagined that this outstanding young talent before them would have such a great background? Yu Bingyun narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she sized up Xiao Chen. She discovered that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. He seemed to have an inexplicable charm that attracted people to get close to him. I wonder if little brother Xiao Chen managed to gain anything from opening the heavenly eye earlier? The black-robed old man asked politely. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, The terrain here is too complicated. It would be too difficult to find a residence in a short time. However, there are a few places to choose from. We can go and take a look. If anyone is interested, why don't you join us? When the others heard this, they rejoiced. The black-robed, blue-robed emperor smiled and said, Brother Xiaoqin, I am definitely making friends with you. Honestly speaking, the Geomasters that we invited are not that good. The true peak Geomasters of Blackwater City have all been taken away by those consummation blue-robed emperors. You have already seen the ones left for us. Xiaoqin looked at the embarrassed Geomasters and smiled. Let's go then. If you trust this Xiao, you can follow me for a while. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. This was not something that Xiaoqin said casually. Instead, there was such a saying in ancient geomancy. Generally speaking, dragon veins could be divided into two types. The first type was favorable, such as strong dragons, fat dragons, noble dragons, and so on. The second type was unfavorable, such as despicable dragons, thin dragons, weak dragons, and so on. Those who oppose me die. This meant that the dead were buried. The grave of the strong had to be where the unfavorable dragons were. Only then could it be chosen for future generations. On the other hand, the favorable dragons were prepared for the living. Residences were clearly places where cultivators cultivated when they were alive. Naturally, they had to be in a favorable place. Back then, when the Bloodsword Sovereign established his residence, he had definitely sought out a strong geomaster to help him search for dragon veins and determine the most suitable place to establish his residence. The group of people followed behind Xiaoqin, searching through the various dragon veins. However, the results were somewhat dispirited. Either the dragon veins were empty, or someone had already searched through them in advance. Similarly, they found nothing. After searching for 3 days, the group cleared out the area within 500 kilometers. However, there were no traces of the Bloodsword Sovereign's residence. However, there were some unexpected gains. They found the residences that other experts once cultivated in. The gains could be considered a consolation. After that, the group discovered that most of the dragon veins that Xiaoqin had taken a liking to had already been searched by others. Clearly, Xiaoqin was not the only truly skilled geomaster. After searching for 500 kilometers without finding anything, Xiaoqin's patience did not waver. This was within Xiaoqin's expectations. The western part of Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Even so, it was still very vast. It was impossible to search it in one day. Before setting off, Xiaoqin had already made mental preparations. Everything was under his control. When the many blue-robed Emperor Geomasters following Xiaoqin saw Xiaoqin's dragon-seeking art, they all sighed in amazement. This was especially so for the places that Xiaoqin chose. Several of them had already been searched by others. This proved that Xiaoqin's insight was no weaker than that of the Geomasters that the consummation blue-robed Emperor found. Along the way, those ordinary Geomasters took turns asking Xiaoqin questions about geomancy. When Xiaoqin had some free time, he answered them. Along the way, the many blue-robed emperors also asked Xiaoqin questions about martial techniques. The focus was on Xiaoqin's miraculous saber Dao. Xiaoqin did not hide anything. As long as it did not touch on his core trump cards, he would patiently answer them. Hence, along the way, the atmosphere of Xiaoqin's group was very good. They even somewhat forgot about the true purpose of this trip. The other groups searching for caves were filled with murderous qi. When they could not find anything, they felt very frustrated. Several chaotic battles had already broken out. When Xiaoqin saw them, he kept a distance. What he hated the most were these pointless battles, which were purely for venting. However, if someone used this to harass or bully him, Xiaoqin would not show any mercy. Opening his heavenly eye again, Xiaoqin used many secret techniques and confirmed a dragon vein. Killing was a submissive dragon, and the opposite was a calamity dragon. Building a cave in the land of the dragon vein would be of great help to the master of the cave. Among the many submissive dragons, the land of the dragon vein where the dragon vein was hidden was one of the most suitable places to cultivate. After closing his heavenly eye, Xiaoqin's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards his target mountain range. The group of blue-robed emperors behind him quickly followed. These blue-robed emperors could not find stronger geomasters, nor could they brazenly follow behind some consummation blue-robed emperors. Doing so would incur the other party's dissatisfaction and invite trouble. Being able to follow behind Xiaoqin was a kind of fortune. Even more fortunate was that they had interacted with him for a long time. Only then did the blue-robed emperors discover that the quiet and seemingly cold Xiaoqin did not put on any airs. Yu Bingyun's and Xiaoqin's movement techniques were clearly of a higher grade than this group of great perfection blue-robed emperors. Hence, their flying speed was significantly faster. By the time the blue-robed emperors reached the foot of the mountain range, the large group of blue-robed emperors still had to spend some time to catch up. Not bad. No one has touched this place before. There should be hope. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly, appearing very optimistic. This was already the nth time she had said this. Xiaoqin casually formed hand seals and smiled. I hope so. As Xiaoqin executed some of the small tricks in the Paradise Secret Cannon, a crack appeared at the foot of the tall mountain. Strands of dragon chi soared into the sky, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Based on these strands of dragon chi, Xiaoqin could determine that the spirit vein in this land of the dragon vein was the most ordinary inferior grade spirit vein. In the eyes of the blue-robed emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. Even martial sages would not care about it. As for the blood-sword sovereign, it was even more disdainful. However, time passed. Just because the spirit vein was low now, it did not mean that it was low 50,000 years ago. There was still some possibility of this being a cave. Chapter 1156. Hey, someone seems to have arrived early. Just as Xiaoqin prepared to make a move, a few uninvited guests rushed over. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun turned around and saw Wang Zhen leading the three great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, as well as Xia Luo and an old man dressed as a geomaster. The one who spoke was Xia Luo, whom Xiaoqin had taught a ruthless lesson. When Xia Luo saw Xiaoqin's figure, his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, I ran into you here. Consider yourself lucky. This young master has something to do now. I will not seek trouble with you for now. Quickly scram and stop being an eyesore." With Wang Zhen, a consummation blue-robed emperor, supporting him, Xia Luo did not cower at all when facing Xiaoqin. He remained arrogant, exuding an indescribable grandeur. In his heart, Xia Luo really wanted to see Xiaoqin's expression and how sullen he would be after he sent him away so easily before Yu Bingyun. Of course, if Miss Bingyun wants to stay, this young master will welcome you. Xia Luo glanced at Yu Bingyun, who was still as charming as a fairy. Then he quickly added. The fervent look in Xia Luo's eyes was not hidden at all. When others saw it, they would feel a sense of disgust. Yu Bingyun had long since disliked this person. She did not say anything. Instead, she quietly stepped back and stood beside Xiaoqin, silently expressing her attitude. Xia Luo could not help feeling enraged. He glared at Xiaoqin and said, "White-robed brat, why are you still not scramming? Are you seeking death?" Xiaoqin sized up the newcomer. Aside from Wang Zhen, he did not care about the others. If Xiaoqin recalled correctly, this Wang Zhen had only managed to light up 3 purple gems on the testing stone steel in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. He was far from comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor Jin Liangqi. "Sorry I came here first. Even if someone wants to scram, it should be you." Xiaoqin grasped the lunar shadow saber. His body was like a mountain, straight and sharp, without any fear. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, there's no need for you to leave. Elder Wang, teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of offending our Xia family, Xia Luo said coldly. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection. If we work together, we should have a 70% chance of victory against this Wang Zhen. No need, I alone am enough. Before Yu Bingyun's astonished gaze, Xiaoqin stepped forward and stared at Wang Zhen. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in the depths of his eyes. Wang Zhen smiled and said, "How reckless. In the Black Sea, the strongest fist is the last word. Do you think that just because you saw this place first, it is yours? Today I will teach you how to behave. I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Wang Zhen took a step forward and thunder rumbled in the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, causing his aura to soar rapidly. As the descendants of the Thunderfire Sovereign, the Xia clan's cultivators naturally cultivated lightning attribute cultivation techniques. Although this Wang Zhen was an outsider, he was loyal and devoted to the Xia clan. Similarly, he had obtained the Xia clan's various secret martial techniques. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Wang Zhen circulated his energy, causing his aura to soar. He looked extremely horrifying. What's going on? Why is Xiaoqin fighting with Wang Zhen? The large group of blue-robed emperors following Xiaoqin arrived late. When they discovered Wang Zhen fighting with Xiaoqin, they all revealed worried expressions. The consummation blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal had merged with his soul. He was 1 grade higher than the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Their strength was on a completely different level. How could Xiaoqin be so rash as to fight such a person? Should we go and help? This group of people had interacted with Xiaoqin for a few days. Although they were not life-and-death friends, they still had some feelings for him. Xiaoqin's magnanimity left them with a good impression. Now that they saw that Xiaoqin was in trouble, they hesitated on whether to make a move or not. After all, he was facing a consummation blue-robed emperor. They did not dare to act rashly. If they wanted to attack, they had to attack together. Only then would they have sufficient deterrence. Otherwise, going alone would not be effective. The black-clad old man, who had a relatively deep relationship with Xiao Chen, looked at Yu Bingyun, who had yet to make a move. He waved his hand and said, "Wait first." Xiao Chen made Yu Bingyun not make a move. He definitely does not want outsiders to interfere. Perhaps he is confident of dealing with Wang Zhen. That can't be, right? A great perfection blue-robed emperor can defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor? The others said, expressing their disbelief. The black-clad old man had some doubts as well. However, he still said firmly, "Let's wait and see. If Xiao Chen's life is really in danger, it will not be too late for us to go. There are so many of us. If we charge over together, as long as we work together, Wang Zhen will definitely flee." Yu Bingyun and Xia Luo's group had already retreated far away. Xia Luo revealed a cruel expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boom! Another violent bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Wang Zheng took a step forward and suddenly attacked. It was unknown whether the lightning moved first or Xiao Chen's body moved first. The lightning with flames around it seemed to move at the same time as Xiao Chen. It was so fast that one could not even see its shadow. However, while Wang Zhen was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chen's attack speed was 20% faster than before. Just as Wang Zhen moved his feet, Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. Although Wang Zhen moved later, it arrived first and a saber light flashed. Wang Zhen, who made the first move, ended up getting forced out by Xiao Chen. Wang Zhen moved backward, dodging that meteor-like saber light. This caused the momentum that Wang Zhen had been building up and preparing for a lightning-quick strike to come to a premature end. His momentum plummeted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade of the lunar shadow saber could not stop humming. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His aura turned from passive to active, suppressing Wang Zhen. Such a scene only lasted for half a breath of time. However, it stunned all the cultivators watching. In the battle with the consummation blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen actually managed to gain the upper hand so quickly. Just a moment ago, Wang Zhen's aura was flourishing and boundlessly horrifying. Now Xiao Chen instantly suppressed him. Spring Saber, undefeatable peach blossoms. Summer Saber, burning to desolation. Autumn Saber, faded person smiles. Winter Saber, frost for 10,000 kilometers. Once Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, he would not show mercy. Xiao Chen spun his saber and thunder roared. 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. Amidst the thousands of petals, he charged at Wang Zhen with his saber. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cycle of the 4 seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena changed. They all turned into Xiao Chen's saber technique, surging out like an avalanche. Wang Zhen could not dodge in time. He could only take this move head-on despite his weakened momentum. Under Xiao Chen's full power, Wang Zhen was knocked back. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The many cultivators watching were somewhat astonished. The strongest force that Xiao Chen brought out was actually stronger than Wang Zhen's. As Wang Zhen retreated, his face sank. A fierce lightning-attributed flame burned on his body. With a thought, he drove a vast amount of the power of the world. Thundercloud storm. Wang Zhen shouted. Under Wang Zhen's guidance, the thunderclouds in the sky formed an incredibly horrifying flame whirlpool. Thunder roared endlessly in the flames. Wang Zhen pushed his palms forward, and this horrifying lightning-attributed flame whirlpool descended from the sky, smashing towards Xiao Chen. It was like a storm descending quickly. Space buzzed and several tiny cracks appeared. The might of this move was easy to imagine. Wang Zhen intended to use this move to turn the situation around, to bring out his aura. Otherwise, if one's aura was always at the bottom, one would only be able to bring out 70 or 80% of one's strength. Xiao Chen felt startled. The power of the world that the consummation blue-robed emperor could drive was indeed startling. If the other party were slightly stronger, Xiao Chen would not be confident of defeating him. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his 50% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection will of thunder merged perfectly. Crackling sounds rang out as countless arcs of electricity flickered on Xiao Chen's body. He unleashed his 50% comprehended saber soul without holding back. Flawless saber Dao, flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. Blue dragon images appeared around Xiao Chen and quickly circled him. In that instant, the dragon images roared endlessly, and dragon might spread everywhere. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, spun slightly. As the saber spun, it gathered 18 solid dragon images into it. This formed a 30-kilometer-long saber light that stretched from the sky to the ground. Amid the horrifying dragon might, the white-robed Xiaoqin chopped down with his saber. Wuxia. The huge lightning-attributed flame whirlpool was chopped in half by Xiaoqin's saber strike. Using the 50% comprehended saber soul and the subduing dragon profound slash, Xiaoqin's burst of energy surpassed Wang Zhen's once again. The descending saber light knocked Wang Zhen back, sending him crashing miserably into a mountain peak. Kaxie. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and a fiery red bright moon soared up behind him. Then he sent a palm strike at Wang Zhen, who was 5 kilometers away. The 1,000-year flame was a palm strike filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It vented all the pride and arrogance in Xiaoqin's heart. This palm strike seemed to predict the future. When Wang Zhen was still 10 meters away from the ground exploded. Overwhelming shockwaves soared up, and dust surged into the clouds, knocking Wang Zhen into the air. This time Wang Zhen was significantly injured. The 1,000-year death contained the state of grief. The palm strike's energy lingered in the air, inflicting endless pain. As for the 1,000-year flame, it was purely an explosive, hot-blooded move. The power of this palm strike would erupt in an instant, clean and efficient. However, that was all. It could not break down the combat prowess of this consummation blue-robed emperor. The consummation blue-robed emperor merged his soul with the heavenly seal. The number of vital points in his body decreased, and his sage body improved. Originally, the profound martial technique that could kill the great perfection blue-robed emperor could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. With a thought, Xiaoqin materialized the blue dragon battle armor. All the vital qi in his body roared like a roaring dragon, surging endlessly in his body. Wearing the extraordinarily mighty battle armor, Xiaoqin soared into the air. With every step he took, his qi and blood surged, shaking the sky and the ground. This made one's body sway left and right, somewhat unsteady. Wang Zhen vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without even thinking, he prepared to charge at Xiaoqin again. When Wang Zhen saw Xiaoqin charging at him like a celestial deity, he was startled. However, even if Wang Zhen wanted to retreat, it was already too late. While Xiaoqin's speed looked slow, he was actually astonishingly fast. Chapter 1157. Without giving Wang Zhen any time to react, Xiaoqin tilted his body and used the blue dragon war body as a saber. Then he materialized the flawless saber Dao and smashed Wang Zhen's chest. Wang Zhen's internal organs instantly became riddled with wounds. Every time he breathed, he felt excruciating pain. Pa! Just as Wang Zhen's body was about to fly back, Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Zhen's ankle. Then he spun him in the air and tossed him at Xia Luo. All of Xiaoqin's movements were linked together smoothly, not pausing at all. These few moves only took 4 or 5 breaths of time. Xia Luo shrieked and quickly retreated. However, the other great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators of the Xia clan did not dare to retreat. They worked together to catch the flying Wang Zhen. However, a loud sound rang out, and the group of great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators fell from the sky. Xiaoqin looked coldly at the fleeing Xia Luo. Then, his figure flashed and he descended from the sky. Xiaoqin first destroyed the other party's aura with his 50% comprehended saber soul. Then he used his killing qi to trap Wang Zhen, preventing him from moving. Then he stomped on Wang Zhen. Xia Luo cried out in pain. He begged in a low voice, "One should spare people wherever it is possible. Let me off and I promise not to seek trouble for you." When Xiaoqin heard this, he could not help but find it funny. One should spare people whenever it is possible. To think that Xia Luo could say such words. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. Scram. I don't mind you seeking trouble for me. I don't care for your promise either. However, just remember the principle of not doing the same thing more than 3 times. When Xia Luo heard that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Xiaoqin profusely. "Many thanks for being merciful. I'll scram right now." However, before Xia Luo could finish speaking, Xiaoqin pulled back his leg and kicked him into the starry heavens. Before Xia Luo could even cry out, he tumbled to some unknown place. "I never said to let you scram." Xiaoqin's white robes flashed. When he looked back, the remaining Xia clan cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions. As the consummation quasi-emperor Zhen watched the Xia clan cultivators flee in a sorry state, Xiaoqin felt a chill run down his spine. The group of blue-robed emperors who came with Xiaoqin and were ready to help at any time were all stunned. Xiaoqin had actually defeated a great perfection blue-robed emperor. This was truly shocking. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone of a higher rank. This was especially true for the blue-robed emperor realm. The difference between a great accomplishment blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor could be said to be like clouds and mud. They were not on the same level at all. Many blue-robed emperors were stuck at the advanced blue-robed emperor level for their entire lives. They were unable to break through to the perfect blue-robed emperor level because it was too difficult. However, at the same time, if one cleared this stage, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, completely incomparable to the previous stages. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, they had been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. Hence, they had a deep understanding of the difference between them. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces as they landed and asked, "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiao Qin circulated his energy and rested for a while, recovering some essence. Then he replied calmly, "I'm fine. Young Master Xiao is truly shocking. You defeated a consummation blue-robed emperor as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. You put us old fellows to shame." When Xiao Qin heard these words of praise, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He said in a sober manner, "This is nothing. Among the consummation blue-robed emperors, this Wang Jin is one of the weaker ones. Aside from luck, a large part of my victory was because he underestimated me." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. Your strength is clear for all to see. There is no need to say too much. Let's see if the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave is below first, right?" Right. That is the proper matter. Right now the scope is shrinking. Every hidden dragon has a high chance of being there. Who knows, the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave might be below, hiding the life and death art. At that time, if we take the lead, we will be able to enter before the other consummation blue-robed emperors. The group of people appeared very optimistic, chatting and laughing with great confidence. They all felt that they did not choose the wrong path by following behind Xiao Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, several figures flashed in the air, arriving around the peak that Xiao Qin had his eyes on. When the many old men clearly saw the appearance of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. They muttered, "Jin Liangqi's group of consummation blue-robed emperors are actually all here." Xiao Qin looked up and saw a total of 5 groups of people. The leader of each group was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Aside from Jin Liangqi, Xiao Qin did not recognize the others. However, those people were no weaker than Jin Liangqi. Jin Liangqi was a peak consummation blue-robed emperor, much stronger than the Xia clan's Wang Zhen. Just one such person would give Xiao Qin a headache. With 4 or 5 of them, he would not be able to deal with them head-on. Actually, the current situation was within Xiao Qin's expectations. As the search area shrank, the many blue-robed emperors searching everywhere would scatter and gather together. Xiao Qin estimated that there were only about 10 remaining choices. The Bloodsword Sovereign's cave would definitely be one of these 10 hidden dragon lands. Every one of them had a high chance of being there. No one was foolish enough to just watch someone else be one step ahead of them. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then he left together with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Qin did not want to clash head-on with these consummation blue-robed emperors. That would be too irrational. "At least you are sensible." Jin Liangqi snorted coldly. After discussing with the other 4 consummation blue-robed emperors, they got the geomasters they brought to work together, executing a secret technique to split open the mountains and open the ground. Many people raised their heads in anticipation, filled with hope. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The dragon concealment ground was broken through. A spirit vein source turned into a roaming dragon and flew away on the clouds. This spirit vein was only a low-ranked one. The disappointed crowd ignored it, letting it drift away. Damn it! It's another empty cave. A stout consummation blue-robed emperor in the sky could not help cursing. This person looked ferocious with a scar on his face. He carried a 9-ringed saber on his back. His name was Xinxiao. In the Blackwater Sea, Xinxiao was known as the Smiling Saber Demon. His infamy spread far and wide, and his means were extremely cruel. Upon hearing Xinxiao's cursing, several great perfection blue-robed emperors felt some fear, not daring to say anything. "Let's go. There are only 9 places left. If we search them one by one, we will eventually find them." Jin Liangqi glanced at Xiao Qin casually. Then he left with the other consummation blue-robed emperors, rushing to the next dragon vein. "Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? These consummation blue-robed emperors are clearly working together." The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin somewhat anxiously. Xiao Qin did not have any good ideas either. These people were not benevolent people. Clearly, they would not allow others to search for the dragon vein before them. Earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed several cold killing intents at the foot of the mountain range. If someone else brought a geomaster to search for the dragon vein, they would definitely suffer the attacks of these people. If one wanted to join the other party, one needed to be at least a consummation blue-robed emperor's cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a share of the spoils for free. Either we follow them and see if we can fish in troubled waters, seeking fortuitous encounters. However, it is extremely dangerous, so we have to be mentally prepared for a massacre. Otherwise we can give up early. You have already gained a small harvest along the way. It is not a loss. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen suggested two options. The group of blue-robed emperors all pondered this carefully. Most of them made up their minds. After saying goodbye to Xiao Chen, they chased after the group, hoping to fish in troubled waters and find a chance of survival. Only a few people felt that there was no chance and left in advance. Although they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. No matter how tempting the life and death art was, it was not as important as their lives. If they lost their lives, how could they be Emperor Wu? Soon, only Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun were left at the foot of the vast mountain range. Yu Bingyun looked at the many great perfection blue-robed emperors in the air and withdrew her gaze. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What is your choice?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "You and I both have trump cards to protect ourselves. Naturally, it is the first choice. However, right now, I need to recuperate." After saying that, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover quickly. While the earlier battle with Wang Zhen looked easy, he had actually exhausted a lot of energy. He had already drained 2/3 of his law energy. The consummation blue-robed emperor had merged his soul with the heavenly seal. His holy body was one step closer to Emperor Wu's golden body and no longer had many weak points. Xiao Chen's ability to resist damage had increased significantly. He needed to burst out with his usual attacks in the shortest time possible, crippling or injuring the other party. Otherwise, in a drawn-out battle, the one at a disadvantage would be Xiao Chen. However, there were many benefits to this battle. The most obvious was the increase in his confidence and the experience of fighting a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen thought about how Leng Xiaofan had led a consummation blue-robed emperor from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate. Even when Xiao Chen used Neptune's crown, he had only managed to defeat the other party through trickery. Now Xiao Chen relied on his own strength to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor head-on, forcing the other party to flee. 4 hours later, as the purple thunder divine incantation circulated frantically, Xiao Chen's law energy recovered to its original state, returning him to his peak. His sharp aura was even stronger. The reserved tyranny in his eyes startled Yu Bingyun slightly. Yu Bingyun could not help comparing Xiao Chen to the young treasure master Yi Ling, who hid himself the deepest in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, Xiao Chen probably did not know that his actions in the Four Seas Hero Gathering had severely damaged the luck of the surrounding outstanding talents, helping Yi Ling greatly. This allowed Yi Ling to dominate the heavenly starry ocean, providing him with great convenience and establishing a difficult opponent for Yu Bingyun. Let me see how far they have progressed. Xiao Chen stood up and flew to the top of a 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Immediately he saw everything within 500 kilometers. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, bird, beast, mountain, river, everything appeared. Nothing could escape Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Suddenly Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a strong gaze on him. It seemed to have discovered his gaze, so he quickly closed his heavenly eye. However, it was already too late. That expert's gaze contained the other party's cold and emotionless sword intent. Blood appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 1158. The expression of Yu Bingyun, who flew up as well, changed. Then she quickly helped the staggering Xiao Chen up. What's going on? Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After he calmed himself, his complexion flushed red. He frowned and said, "There is a half-step Emperor Wu in closed-door cultivation in the hidden dragon lands. It will be even more difficult to obtain the life and death art." In the western part of Blackwater Island, on a majestic snowy mountain that was extremely close to the border, a middle-aged man radiating sword intent sat cross-legged at the summit of the tallest mountain. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and a snowstorm raged endlessly. Despite the harsh environment, the hemp-robed swordsman's expression remained the same. The ice and snow that fell on him did not melt or accumulate. Instead, they flowed down like water, flowing naturally and mysteriously. This snowy mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Blackwater Island. The temperature at the summit was negative hundreds of degrees Celsius all year round. Aside from some horrifying spirit beasts that lived on ice and snow, there was nothing else that attracted people. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to suffer for no reason. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states were an exception, such as this hemp-robed swordsman, who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The hemp-robed swordsman looked into the distance, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said indifferently, "Your reaction is pretty good. You managed to save your eyes." If Xiao Chen had guessed right, this hemp-robed swordsman was the mysterious half-step Emperor Wu who injured Xiao Chen's heavenly eye with just one gaze. "You should rejoice that you saw me 100 years later. If it were 100 years ago, it would not have been so simple to pry into my seclusion." The hemp-robe snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. Then he continued to cultivate at the summit, comprehending the peak of the ice sword soul. However, he didn't close his eyes for long before he opened them again. This time, it could be seen that when he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This time, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. A cold aura spread out from his body, causing the wind and snow to freeze. The entire scene suddenly froze. Ka, 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 ka. The instant the hemp-robed swordsman stood up, the snowflakes filling the air exploded, shattered by countless sword intents. There's really no end to this. 100 years have passed. Have the people of Blackwater Island forgotten my name, Bing Xuejin? He sensed that many people were flying over the entire snowy mountain range, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. All of them were at the blue-robed emperor level of cultivation. The ones who had come were naturally the group of great perfection blue-robed emperors represented by Jin Liangqi and the smiling saber demon. Behind them were hundreds and thousands of great perfection and small perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The life and death art could condense a heart of an emperor in advance, making these blue-robed emperors willing to risk their lives to come and fight for their lives. Jin Liangqi and the rest traveled over land and water before finally arriving at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking at the peak that pierced through the clouds, he said, "The western part of Blackwater Island. This is the last hidden dragon land. The blood-sword sovereign's dwelling from 50,000 years ago must be in there." The smiling saber demon Xin Shao grinned and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's make our move." "Will not be easy. A massacre happened here 100 years ago. A mysterious swordsman killed all the ice-attributed cultivators cultivating in seclusion in the entire mountain range. I wonder if they are still here," a rather old man said. An old man said, "This person was called Old Tai because of his body refinement technique, causing his body to be as tough as an iron wall. After advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, he became even more difficult to deal with, earning him the nickname Old Iron." "That's right. I still remember that massacre even to this day. It seems to be the Ice Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Bing Xuejin, who betrayed his sect," another old man said. Jin Liangqi said after some thought, 100 years have passed and there has been no news of this person. He probably left already. Even if he is still here with so many of us, we might not be afraid of him." "That's right. Even if he is here, we have to kill him back. Does he really think that he is the king of this snowy mountain?" The smiling saber demon said with a sinister expression. The temptation of the life and death art was too great. The few consummation blue-robed emperors discussed it for a while and decided to make a move. The 5 geomasters listened to the orders and immediately executed their dragon-seeking arts, preparing to attack the hidden dragons. 10 kilometers away, Fei Lingyi, who was hidden in the wind and snow, entered deep thought as he looked at the snowy mountain. He said softly, "To think that the Blood-Sword Sovereign's cave is here. It looks like it is impossible to obtain the secret technique alone. However, this is fine as well. If I work with Bing Xuejin, I will be more confident of dealing with this group of people. If I use the jadeite, I can destroy this Bing Xuejin alone. In the end, the life and death art will still be grasped by one person." Fei Lingyi had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the life and death art. After he recovered from his injuries, he came out of closed-door cultivation and followed behind this group of treasure seekers. Fei Lingyi had failed his tribulation once. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. This Blood-Sword Sovereign's life and death art was his fortuitous encounter. He wanted the life and death art more than anyone else. As the geomasters made their move, strands of dragon chi surged out of the ground. Everyone knew that this was already the last hidden dragon ground in the vast western region. As the blue-robed emperor watched the soaring dragon chi, he became very nervous. "Kasie. However, just at this extremely tense moment, a scarlet sword light silently appeared in the snow filling the air. Before the 5 Geomasters could react, this sword light chopped off their heads. Who is it? The expressions of Jin Liangqi and the others changed drastically as they retreated. They instantly raised their guard and released their auras, showing anxious expressions. The strand of sword chi was too strange. Unexpectedly, it managed to silently kill 5 Geomasters right before their eyes. Even if this person was not a half-step Emperor Wu, he was still stronger than them. Such a scene sent a chill down the backs of the blue-robed Emperor, who was preparing to fish in troubled waters, feeling some lingering fear. Since you know my name, you still dare to come and send yourselves to death. You are all extraordinarily bold. A figure slowly appeared in the wind and snow. When the silhouette became clear, this figure took one step and arrived before Jin Liangqi and the others. Bing Xuejian. Jin Liangqi and the others immediately felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, at the final step, they still ran into the person they did not want to see the most. The smiling saber demon showed an anxious expression. Although he said that he would press forward courageously, he did not have much confidence when facing this Bing Xuejian. With the 5 working together, they actually had a 50-50 chance of victory against Bing Xuejian. However, the 5 of them were not kind people. They did not trust each other, making it hard for them to work together. If they really fought, they would definitely be defeated and flee. Some of them might even lose their lives. Jin Liangqi was rather calm. He said sullenly, "Senior is too serious. If we knew that Senior was here, we would not have dared to be rash. In that case, scram." Bing Xuejian interrupted coldly. The 5 showed unsightly expressions. Jin Liangqi suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "We have conclusive evidence that a Saber Emperor's cave is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The treasures in there are of some use to us. However, they are of no help to a swordsman like Senior." "Ah. Jin Liangqi, don't you blush when you lie?" Amid loud laughter, Fei Lingyi gave off a boundless aura, sending the wind and snow flying everywhere. He moved 1 kilometer with each step, arriving before the group in 10 steps. Bing Xuejian, the cave where the legendary blood sword sovereign once cultivated, is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The life and death art is probably in there. You are also someone who failed the great tribulation of wind and fire. How could the life and death art be useless to you? Fei Lingyi smiled widely, feeling very pleased with himself. The sorrow from that day no longer showed on his face. Now he regained his former arrogance and tyranny. The moment Fei Lingyi spoke, he did not show any mercy, exposing Jin Liangqi and the others. Jin Liangqi and the others looked at Fei Lingyi, gritting their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only curse at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi did not even look at Jin Liangqi and the others. He continued, "How about it? Are you interested in coming with me to explore this Bloodsword Sovereign's cave? The 2 of us can be considered to be in the same boat, able to ascend to Martial Emperor together." "Naturally, I am interested," Bing Xuejian said indifferently. Fei Lingyi laughed loudly, and he unleashed the aura of a half-step Emperor Wu. "Good. In that case, work with me and get rid of these flies first." The moment Fei Lingyi said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Panic spread everywhere. Even if everyone knew that Bing Xuejian was here, they would not be so panicked. 1 half-step Emperor Wu would not be able to slaughter everyone here. However, 2 half-step Emperor Wu working together would be more than enough to chase them all away. Jin Liangqi and the others felt dissatisfied. They looked at Bing Xuejian with a final trace of hope. Although they felt that hope was slim, they still hoped for a chance to turn things around. Fei Lingyi appeared very confident. He had interacted with Bing Xuejian before and knew what kind of person he was. He would definitely agree to his request. However, unexpectedly, the hemp-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Fei Lingyi, you seem to be mistaken. I am definitely interested in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. However, I have no interest in working with you. How could I not know what you are planning?" Fei Lingyi's expression turned cold as he said, "Bing Xuejian, are you out of your mind?" Jin Liangqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then he took the opportunity to smile and say, "Manor Lord, don't overthink. Everyone knows that you have the jadeite. Without us restraining him, Senior Bing Xuejian would not be a match for you. In the end, you would still obtain the life and death art." "That's right. Given your tyrannical character, you absolutely would not think of sharing the life and death art. In your heart, you believe that it belongs to you," the smiling saber demon said at the same time. Bing Xuejian did not say anything. Clearly he agreed with what these people said. The sudden reversal of the situation ruined Fei Lingyi's plan. Manor Lord Fei, actually, there is no need to be so exclusive. Everyone obtained the life and death art together. Wouldn't it be better to share it? Furthermore, we do not know what dangers there are in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Before we enter, we are already panicking. That is not a good sign. The older Old Tai acted as a mediator, advising at an appropriate time. Indeed, the Bloodsword Sovereign was a demon mixed blood. He was terrifyingly strong, known as the most dazzling legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea. The Bloodsword Sovereign's cave would not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many unknown dangers. Chapter 1159. Fei Lingyi thought for a long time before saying, "I will not lower myself to your level for now." Jin Liangqi smiled and said, "That's good. Everyone is happy. However, now that the Geomasters are dead, it will be somewhat difficult to enter the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave, which is buried deep underground. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Let's work together and tear open this mountain range and the ground," Bing Shuejin said calmly and casually. Jin Liangqi hesitated before saying, "It is not difficult to work together. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to exhaust law energy like that?" Bing Shuejin revealed a disdainful expression. Then he drew an ice blood sword and said, "I'll do the main force. You all just provide support from the side." After Bing Shuejin spoke, he turned around and hacked at the tall mountain peak. A scarlet sword light flickered on the sword. The sword light was like a pillar, reaching the sky and the ground. It also contained an unparalleled, bone-chilling sword intent, making one's hair stand on end. Several of the blue-robed emperors thought to themselves, "This Bing Shuejin sword soul has reached at least 70% comprehension. It is a true great perfection sword soul." Furthermore, Bing Shuejin raised the will of ice to its limits, perfectly merging it with the sword soul without any openings. Before the shocked gazes of the many blue-robed emperors, this scarlet sword light chopped the tall mountain peak in half. Then a loud sound rang out and the mountain peak collapsed. The collapse of the snowy mountain caused a chain reaction. Endless avalanches occurred in the mountain range. The rumbling continued, and the ground within 100 miles shook. It was like an earthquake. Fei Lingyi, Jin Liangqi, and the others made their move after that. They worked together and uprooted the ground under the mountain range. Incomparably large chunks of soil floated in the air, covering the sky. Dust and snow flew everywhere. The entire scene was chaotic. When the chaos stopped, the tall mountain was no longer there. Instead, a huge pit 10 kilometers deep appeared. At the bottom of the pit was a half-open hole, attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures flickered, quickly flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Needless to say, this cave was definitely the entrance to the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. The more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors who were trying to fish in troubled waters had a thought and immediately followed. In an instant, everyone was gone. The originally lively surface of the snowy mountain was no longer a living person. After a while, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the edge of the huge pit. The man was dressed in white and had delicate features. He exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness and arrogance. He clearly didn't have any expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling that he was even colder than this land of ice and snow. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. This flower was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, even more otherworldly than white snow. There was a natural air to her beautiful appearance, making her look like a fairy. Standing in this land of ice and snow, she exuded boundless charm. Ordinary men wouldn't even dare to look straight at her. They didn't have the courage to look directly at that celestial face. Naturally, this man and woman were Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun. After learning that a half-step Emperor Wu would interfere in the matter of searching for the cave, the two became much more cautious. The two of them were much more cautious and did not rush to the front lines. Instead, they followed behind everyone and quietly observed the development of the situation. He had seen everything that had happened earlier clearly. Things are really getting more complicated. Unexpectedly, two half-step Emperor Wu appeared. The difficulty of obtaining the life and death art has increased. Although Yu Bingyun's expression did not look optimistic, she did not show any despair. Furthermore, she only said that it would be more difficult. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, "Now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me what your trump card is?" Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly and said, "You will know when the time comes. I owe you a favor for the Heavenly Origin Pill. This time, I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the Bloodsword Sovereign's life and death art. You can rest assured." Since Yu Bingyun said that, Xiao Chen did not insist. He looked at the dark cave entrance and prepared to go in. Suddenly he frowned and said, "There's a bloody smell." I smell it as well. However, it is quite normal, right? Those who are not strong enough will try to fish in troubled waters. After entering this cave they will inevitably get injured. Xiaoqun shook his head and said, that's not normal. The amount of blood these people lost is very abnormal. It is much more than a regular death. Otherwise, the bloody smell in the air would not be so thick. This place is very strange. Be careful when you enter. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqun took the lead and flew towards the cave entrance. When the two arrived before the dark cave entrance, the bloody smell became even thicker, almost choking their nostrils and making them feel uncomfortable. After walking for a while, expensive illumination stones appeared above the cave entrance, illuminating the space. The walls on the left and right were very flat, with clear signs of carvings. As they walked further in, some murals appeared on the walls. Based on the rough markings, they should be the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work. Most of the murals were of people dancing with swords. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and caressed the figure in the murals. A jagged sword intent penetrated the murals and entered Xiaoqun's mind. The person in the murals seemed to come to life as he charged at Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun quickly let go and took a few steps back. The lightning saber soul in his sea of consciousness surged out with a thought and shattered the sword intent flying out of the murals. When Xiaoqun looked at the murals again he felt astonished. The Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work still had such might after 50,000 years. This was truly shocking. If Xiaoqun were a swordsman he would definitely stop and study it. He would definitely gain a lot. Perhaps his sword soul might even grow stronger. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun was a bladesman. Although the murals were wondrous, they were not very useful to him. As the two continued forward, there were more and more forks in the road. Xiaoqun wondered what the Blood Sword Sovereign was thinking back then, making a cave for cultivation so luxurious and complicated. Amid the heavy stench of blood, the two finally saw the first corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. This old man's entire body was already dried, his skin and bones connected. His eyeballs were deeply sunken in, and there were large dried blood stains on his neck. Xiaoqun carefully examined the wound on the old man's neck and discovered 2 bloody holes. It looked like sharp teeth had bitten through it. There were many blood-sucking ferocious beasts in the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqun knew of at least 3 of them. However, when Xiaoqun and Yu Bingyun saw this scene and the wounds, they immediately thought of another possibility. Blood demons, one of the 18 demon races of the deep abyss demonic world. Furthermore, they were not low-ranked blood demons. Otherwise they would not have teeth. No wonder the stench of blood was so heavy. With these blood demons around, it would be strange if the stench was not heavy. It looks like the rumors are true. The Blood Sword Sovereign is indeed a mixed blood of humans and demons. Furthermore, he is one of the mysterious blood demons of the demonic world, Yu Bingyun said. Xiaoqun looked up and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a shadow silently appear above the cave entrance, heading towards Yu Bingyun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqun did not even think. He quickly drew his saber and chopped the descending shadow in half. After the shadow split in half and landed on the ground, it quickly merged back together, forming an ugly humanoid monster with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in wrinkles and it gave off a heavy stench of blood. This appearance was very different from the blood demons that Xiaoqun remembered, completely different. Clumps of shadows descended from the cave entrance, and many similar blood-sucking monsters appeared. They surrounded Xiaoqun and Yu Bingyun in the rather vast stone room. With a rough count, there were at least 20 of these monsters. Xiaoqun and Yu Bingyun did not dare to be careless. Even the blue-robed emperor fell at the hands of these blood-sucking monsters. There had to be something extraordinary about them. The two stood back to back, cautiously looking around, keeping their guard up. "Thank you for your help," Yu Bingyun said gratefully as a ribbon appeared in her hand. Xiaoqun had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He said calmly, "There is no need to say so much. Let's deal with the trouble before us first." These blood-sucking monsters all stared at the two with bloodshot eyes. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they hissed, looking like they would pounce over at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black shadows flickered. After probing for a while, these blood-sucking monsters turned into clumps of light and quickly launched themselves at the two. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Xiaoqun activated the fleeting shadow glove, and sparks flickered on his saber. He infused his lightning saber soul into it, sending out an impenetrable saber light. The saber light flickered and electricity crackled. Xiaoqun chopped off the arms and heads of the blood-sucking monsters that pounced over, sending them flying. None of them could get close to him. However, Yu Bingyun was even more violent than Xiaoqun. The ribbon in her hand shot out with a whoosh, even faster than the blood-sucking monsters. The ribbon struck every blood-sucking monster that pounced at Yu Bingyun. Their heads exploded in an instant and blood spurted out. In this high-speed clash, the two knocked back the 20-odd blood-sucking monsters. They fell to the ground, wriggling, missing their arms and heads. They did not seem as difficult to deal with as Xiaoqin had imagined. It looked like they were just some low-level monsters. The truly difficult ones were yet to come. However, just as the two were about to release their bated breath, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground suddenly leaped up. Arms and heads quickly grew back. Their expressions turned sinister as they bared their fangs and launched themselves at the two again. After this happened 3 times, the two's expressions changed. Are these monsters unkillable? Xiaoqin, these might be human cultivators who were bitten by the blood demons. I don't know what happened to them, but they mutated. As Xiaoqin knocked back the blood-sucking monsters flying over, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with them?" "Not yet. They should have been bitten by the Blood Sword Sovereign. Otherwise they would not be so difficult to deal with." When Xiaoqin heard that, he entered deep thought. This cannot continue. Although he did not believe that there were monsters that could never be killed, if they continued fighting like this, they would not be able to reach the depths of the cave. I have to think of a way. As Xiaoqin's thoughts wandered, he thought of switching to a saber soul of another attribute. He wondered if it would be effective. Aside from the lightning saber soul, the saber souls that Xiaoqin was most proficient with were the death saber soul and the destruction saber soul. He wondered if the death saber soul would have an unexpected effect on these monsters. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin switched out the powerful lightning saber soul. Then he extracted the state of death from the cycle banner and merged it with the saber soul. Chapter 1160. When the saber shrouded in black smoke chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiaoqin struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. It's effective. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. "Stand behind me." With confidence, Xiaoqin said to Yu Bingyun, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyun did not know what Xiaoqin was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiaoqin shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the Death Saber Soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiaoqin moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the afterimages of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiaoqin withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, "Unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you." Who could have imagined that Xiaoqin happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiaoqin they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiaoqin's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly." With Xiaoqin's Death Saber Soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the great perfection blue-robed emperor Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You are just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Shuajian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate. If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiao Chen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiao Chen had come in when he first became the blue-robed emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Shuajian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Shuajian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiao Chen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Shuajian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Shuajian glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die, what more you monsters? Fei Lingyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the two halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lingyi sheathed his sword and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Cassie, 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 Cassie. Fei Lingyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lingyi's sword soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the Jade Green Starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword soul was slightly weaker than Bing Shuajian's. With Fei Lingyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the Jade Green Starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lingyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lingyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the Blood Sword Sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the Jade Green Starstone. Compared to Bing Shuajian, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lingyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Shuajian's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lingyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lingyi. However, if Fei Lingyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the Blood Sword Sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lingyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then he drew his sword, and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lingyi sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the Blood Sword Sovereign's cultivation room but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lingyi found a stone chest. Essence stones. After opening the chest, Fei Lingyi's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King Spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lingyi. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lingyi's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lingyi consoled himself. Then he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed Emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor, who followed Fei Lingyi in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed Emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed Emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them they could only wait for death. Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later Xiao Qin thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front, Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiao Qin listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiao Qin appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous qi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. "Brother Xiao Qin, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed." When the black-robed old man saw Xiao Qin, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiao Qin to retreat first. "It's okay. Just hold on for a while." After saying a simple sentence, Xiao Qin rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiao Qin. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiao Qin killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiao Qin did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiao Qin's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiao Qin said honestly, "These blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death." Only then did the others understand. So that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xiao Qin, I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess." Chapter 1161. Xiao Qin glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the Emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial Emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiao Qin said, "I'll send you back to the cave." When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out." There seemed to be more to this. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. "These are essence stones." Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, "There are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, "That's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise we would not have been unable to even charge out." Only now did Xiao Qin discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. "Brother Xiao Qin, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know." The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Qin, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiao Qin watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king's spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiaoqin did not think much of it. He said calmly, "Since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Shuejin and Fei Lingyi, we will split these essence stones equally then." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in this stone room. Ah, they are all mine, Xin Zhao's." Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing stele in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. 1 9-star and 1 3-star. Scram then. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision. One word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiaoqin took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Xiaoqin drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Xiaoqin held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior-grade profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Xiaoqin's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul. Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demons by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Xiaoqin. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Xiaoqin would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Xiaoqin to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiaoqin needed to end the battle quickly, he could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Xiaoqin an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. 4 moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Xiaoqin knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, the smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Xiao Chen, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Xiao Chen in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Xiao Chen's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it! White-robed bladesman, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Xiao Qin was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Xiao Qin had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jianghu from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jianghu looked at Xiao Chen's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial grade profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection blue-robed emperor first. Given Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Xiao Chen was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jianghu withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Xiao Chen was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, 2 horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Bloodsword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyun being unable to keep up. In Xiao Chen's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, electric light flashed and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Bloodsword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here Xiao Chen saw not only Jin Liangqi but also the injured smiling saber demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Xiao Chen's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Xiao Chen's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest. Chapter 1162. Right now, the headache was that these 5 coffins might contain blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters. After they mutated, no one dared to test how horrifying their strength was. Even someone as strong as Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi did not dare to do so. Amid the tense atmosphere, Xiao Chen discovered some other signs. The placement of these 5 coffins seemed to affect some sort of formation. Once it was activated, it would affect everything else. The restrictions of the entire residence would be destroyed. Who knew what would happen? Footsteps rang out. Yu Bingyun arrived late, standing beside Xiao Qin. Bing Xuejin frowned slightly, anger flashing on his face as he glared coldly at Yu Bingyun. Initially, Bing Xuejin only glanced casually. However, when he saw Xiao Qin, his gaze never shifted away. Oh no. Xiao Qin thought to himself, this is bad. This Bing Xuejin must have remembered that I casually spied on him earlier. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. That's fine as well. Go over and open one of the coffins and help me check it out. Bing Xuejin said in an extremely tyrannical manner, not standing on ceremony. The people he chose were also very clever. The 4 or 5 consummation blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun were clearly in cahoots. Touching any one of them would result in a backlash. Only Xiao Qin was alone. At most, there would be Yu Bingyun. However, they were just 2 great perfection blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyun. They were not sufficient in Bing Xuejin's eyes. When the others heard this, they felt excited. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Someone had to break the stalemate and go over to test out the situation, to see how strong the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. You overestimate yourself. Great perfection blue-robed Emperor dares to come here and join in the fun. Serves you right. The smiling saber demon had suffered at the hands of Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun before. When he saw this scene, he immediately felt extremely happy. Fei Lingyi had been impatient since long ago. When he heard Bing Xuejin's words, he immediately said, "This place is not something you should have come to. However, since you are already here, then don't leave. Go over and open a coffin lid. I will guarantee your safe return." Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. Both Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin were not good people. If there was any danger, it would be strange if Xiao Qin helped them. "Xiao Qin, should we?" Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection, asking him if he should expose his trump card to intimidate these 2 people and get through this hurdle. Although Xiao Qin was curious about what trump cards Yu Bingyun had that could deter even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, this was not the time yet. After rejecting Yu Bingyun's suggestion, telling her not to act rashly, Xiao Qin glanced at Bing Xuejin. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards the 5 coffins in a circle. "At least you know your place." Bing Xuejin snorted coldly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was very likely that the life and death art that Xiao Qin yearned for was on the prayer mat. The only difficulty was that the 5 mysterious coffins around the prayer mat were too sinister. Now that Xiao Qin had captured someone to test it out, it was simply the best. 10 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. As Xiao Qin got closer to the coffins, the heavy stench of blood and the sinister aura became even more horrifying. The blood-sucking monster locked inside was definitely extraordinary. "Brat, hurry up. Stop wasting time." The smiling saber demon cursed from behind. The others also urged Xiao Qin to hurry up. Yu Bingyun's heart clenched. If this was really a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, Xiao Qin would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Xiao Qin had the Death Saber Soul, a great counter to this blood-sucking monster, a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster would definitely be a different story. It would be incomparable to the small fries from earlier. Go all out. Xiao Qin quickly thought about it. He had never thought of just waiting for death, obediently letting these people use him as a tool. Xiao Qin raised his hand and threw a palm strike. An intense energy burst forth from his palm. Bing Xuejin and the others revealed nervous smiles. They all made their preparations, just waiting for the coffin lid to open. However, to their surprise, Xiao Qin's energy did not open the coffin lid. Instead, it struck the bottom of the coffin, pushing the coffin closest to him away. "White-robed brat, what are you trying to do?" The others roared, and Bing Xuejin radiated a murderous intent. He already placed his hand on his scabbard. The instant he drew his sword, Xiao Qin would die for sure. Rumble. The movement of the coffin seemed to have triggered some sort of grand formation. Loud bangs rang out incessantly, and the ground beneath the stone chamber began to cave in a single breath of time. Then it quickly spread through the entire cave. Amid the loud sounds, the complicated paths in the cave started to collapse. Everything that happened caught everyone off guard. Xiao Qin's palm strike caused a huge commotion. A formless force pulled down the few people who fell. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their bodies continued to sink. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Everyone started to show expressions of horror. Even Bing Xuejin, who wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Qin, could not care about anything else. He only thought about how to escape and figure out his current situation. Accompanying them were the 5 mysterious coffins and the cattail hassock. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the title page of the secret manual on the prayer mat. The words "Life and Death Art" were clearly written in black. Everyone had fervent gazes in their eyes. However, at this moment they were being pulled down by the formless force. They could not even protect themselves. They could only stare at the life and death art, unable to do anything. In this strange environment, Xiaoqin thought calmly. He felt somewhat surprised at this scene that he personally created. Earlier he had already guessed that the positions of the 5 coffins involved some sort of formation. However, he had not expected them to sink so deeply. However, such a situation would definitely not last. There would eventually be a moment when they landed on solid ground. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Whoever was weak would die on the spot. The cold Bing Xuejin, the arrogant Fei Lingyi, and the 5 consummation blue-robed emperors working together for the sake of their common interests. These 3 sides could barely be considered evenly matched. Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun were the weakest. The moment they landed, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Hehe. Brat, good luck. The smiling saber demon looked at Xiaoqin with malicious intent. He already guessed Xiaoqin's fate. He would not be able to escape death. After fooling so many people, each of them could tear Xiaoqin apart with one move. Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiaoqin and sent a voice projection. Xiaoqin, I'll make a move later. You go and get the life and death art. After that, we will leave together. Wait a while first. Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi are not simple. I'm afraid that even if you make a move, you will not be able to delay them. Xiaoqin already had a countermeasure in his heart. He looked coldly at the smiling saber demon, and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal in his body started to drive the power of the world, preparing to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the descending group clearly felt the pull from the ground weaken. The smiling saber demon could not help laughing maniacally. Brat, your time of death has arrived. Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin also stared coldly at the smiling saber demon. Clearly, they both wanted to deal with the reckless Xiaoqin immediately. When the pull from below completely vanished, Xiaoqin would not be able to escape death. However, as the pull weakened, Xiaoqin did not panic at all, remaining as calm as usual. He had never been someone who meekly accepted adversity. These people wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Naturally, he had to pay them back ruthlessly. Xiaoqin's first gift was for the smiling saber demon. This fellow kept mocking him. After arriving in this stone room, the smiling saber demon was the one who spoke the most. He was even more arrogant than Bing Xuejin. What are you looking at? When this great me can move later, you will be the first to be killed. The smiling saber demon retorted ferociously when he saw Xiaoqin looking at him. Even at death's door, you still dare to spout nonsense. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you now. Xiaoqin, who had not spoken since entering the stone room, suddenly spoke. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the extraordinarily mighty blue dragon battle armor appeared on his body, causing the strength of his physical body to soar wildly. The expressions of the others changed. Xiaoqin's physical body was already horrifying enough. To think that it could improve further. What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Pu Si. In the space where the 5 could move, Xiaoqin shouted and took a step in the air. This step was extremely strenuous. The facial features on Xiaoqin's face twisted together, and sweat poured down his forehead. Although the mysterious pull from below had weakened significantly, the others still could not move. Even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi could not break free. However, Xiaoqin relied on his strong physical body to force himself to move. Step by step, he walked to a coffin with some difficulty. Didn't you want me to open the coffin? I will give you a big gift now. Xiaoqin threw a palm strike and opened the coffin. Then he turned his palm into a fist and used all his vital chi to punch, sending the coffin flying towards the smiling saber demon. The smiling saber demon could no longer laugh or act arrogantly. Horror appeared on his face. The smiling saber demon had not expected Xiaoqin to still be able to move under such circumstances. The development of the situation did not give the smiling saber demon much time to think. An ugly, blood-sucking monster with a frightening aura charged at the smiling saber demon. Although the blood-sucking monster's legs were too weak to move, with some effort, it could still move its arms. The smiling saber demon took out his 9-ringed saber and did not hesitate to chop down on this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster. A miserable shriek resounded, and the blood-sucking monster opened its scarlet eyes. Then, it glared at the smiling saber demon with the hatred of a wild beast. In this strange environment, although this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster was also restricted by the mysterious pull from below, it was much more nimble than the smiling saber demon, able to move slightly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The smiling saber demon showed a nervous expression. In such an environment, it would already be pretty good if he could bring out his full strength. When the smiling saber demon thought about being sucked dry by the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster, the smiling saber demon trembled in fear. The smiling saber demon brought out all his potential. He brandished his 9-ringed saber, doing his best to stop the blood-sucking monster from advancing. Chapter 1163. However, this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster was terrifyingly strong. Its recovery ability was also horrifying. It was only a matter of time before the smiling saber demon died. Earlier, this smiling saber demon had thought that he could defeat Xiao Qin, being boundlessly arrogant. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin used some tricks to push the smiling saber demon to the brink of death. When the other old men who had cursed at Xiao Qin earlier saw Xiao Qin look over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother White Robes, we can talk things out. Don't be rash," someone begged for mercy, feeling guilty. At this moment, no one dared to meet Xiao Qin's gaze. That's right. Don't be rash." The smiling saber demon was reckless. "He deserves it. We do not have any deep grudges with you." When the smiling saber demon, who had been cornered by the blood-sucking monster, heard this, he immediately felt an urge to vomit blood. Xiao Qin ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on Bing Xuejin's cold face, not wavering. This allowed the others to release their bated breath. Now that the smiling saber demon had offended Xiao Qin, the smiling saber demon who was about to die, was the best example. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise you will die very miserably." Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "If I don't do this, you won't kill me? Don't think that you can control everything just because you are a half-step Emperor Wu. Let me give you one of these gifts as well." Like before, Xiao Qin took 3 steps forward and threw a punch and a palm strike, sending a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster to Bing Xuejin's side. Compared to the flustered smiling saber demon, Bing Xuejin appeared extremely calm. He did his best to brandish his sword, using all sorts of ingenious trajectories to prevent this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster from getting close. Xiao Qin was not surprised by this. With this move, dealing with the smiling saber demon would not be difficult. However, dealing with the half-step Emperor Wu-level Bing Xuejin was still not possible. All he could do was delay him slightly. However, this was also the effect that Xiao Qin wanted, so he did not beg for much. Xiao Qin continued to use the same method on Fei Lingyi. Naturally, he could not let such a person who posed a great threat to Xiao Qin off. A miserable shriek rang out. The smiling saber demon could no longer hold on, and the blood-sucking monster bit his neck. His life force slowly drained away and he suffered immense pain. Xiao Qin's methods could not be blamed for being cruel. For the sake of this life and death art, he had already reached the final step. It was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Killing had to be decisive. He felt that the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster had become stronger after sucking the smiling saber demon dry. He turned his head and immediately walked towards Jin Liangqi, who was closest to him. His footsteps were extremely slow in the air. Compared to Xiao Qin, he was much slower. However, he was still moving while Jin Liangqi and the others were unable to move at all. Xiao Qin stopped observing and turned around. Then he headed for the prayer mat about 700 or 800 meters away in the air. Normally, Xiao Qin could cross this distance with just a thought. However, he was now descending very quickly. Furthermore, his feet were restricted by the suction force. This made it very difficult for Xiao Qin to walk. Vital Qi surged, and the blue dragon patterns on the blue dragon battle armor flickered. For the sake of this life and death art, Xiao Qin put in all his effort. Damn it! This life and death art is going to fall into this brat's hands. Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin, who were fighting with the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, watched as Xiao Qin got closer to the prayer mat. Their eyes nearly spewed flames. However, they could not do anything about it. With their physical bodies, they could not break free from that suction force. Furthermore, there was still a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster holding them back. They could not spare any attention to spare. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, Xiao Qin approached the prayer mat step by step. As he looked at the life and death art on the prayer mat, he felt like he could grab it with just a stretch of his hand. Xiao Qin could not help revealing a smile on his tense face. "I got you. Life and death art," Xiao Qin shouted. Already near the prayer mat, Xiao Qin did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to grab the life and death art that he coveted. However, just as Xiao Qin's hand was only half a meter away from the life and death art, something strange happened. The group who had been falling downward found their footing firmly. They had touched the bottom. Suddenly, Xiao Qin regained his freedom, which stunned him somewhat. He stumbled and his body fell forward due to inertia. Xiao Qin reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and turned around. Then he stretched out his hand again and grabbed the life and death art. However, just at this moment, Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi, the two half-step Emperor Wus, also burst out crazily. They soared into the air, temporarily breaking away from the harassment of the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster. Fei Lingyi sent out a horrifying sword move, charging at Xiao Qin. The two half-step Emperor Wus attacked without holding anything back. It was extremely horrifying. The anxious Fei Lingyi even used the greatest amount of energy that the jadeite could draw from the jadeite into his sword move. This made the jadeite crisscrossing sword lights appear even more unblockable, even tearing through the air. Without a doubt, Fei Lingyi had only one goal, not giving Xiao Qin any chances. He had to kill Xiao Qin in one move. Compared to Fei Lingyi, the sword move that the cold Bing Xuejin executed was even more horrifying. Before the sword move arrived, that cold qi already permeated Xiao Qin's bones and blood, causing his entire body to feel cold and his movements to go numb. Xiao Qin, who already grasped the life and death art, could not help feeling horrified. Under these two sword moves, he felt an overwhelming killing qi, an unparalleled sword intent, and the horrifying might contained in the sword moves. Even if one of them executed the sword moves, Xiao Qin would not be able to block them. At this moment, the two half-step Emperor Wus worked together to execute their killing moves. Xiao Qin could not help feeling disheartened. With his blood frozen, he could not even take out the golden plume feather in time. Corpses littered the Emperor's road. Was he, Xiao Qin, going to fall on this road as well, becoming a stepping stone for others? At the crucial moment, melodious zither music rang out in the air. It was pleasing to the ears, startling the surroundings. There was only one note in the zither music, but it lingered on endlessly, singing endlessly. There were not many words that could describe how wondrous this zither music was. High mountains and flowing rivers found it hard to find a soulmate, lonely songs no one could understand. Along with the appearance of the zither music, a phoenix shrouded in auspicious qi and radiating multicolored light moved upon hearing the music and flew over. The zither music startled the phoenix, and a melodious divine might spread out from the phoenix. It spread its wings and flew over, shielding Xiao Qin. The sudden change surprised Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi. The pleasing zither music summoned the phoenix, easily diluting the startling killing moves that the two executed. As for Xiao Qin, he managed to catch his breath. His aura erupted and he sent out the cold qi in his body. Pala, pala. When the cold qi that leaked out of Xiao Qin's body met the air, it immediately turned into scarlet ice beads and fell to the ground. Xiao Qin paled slightly. However, his body had already recovered to normal. His limbs and bones could move without any hindrance. In the sky, Yu Bingyun hugged a seven-stringed zither, looking like a fairy as she slowly descended. When Fei Lingyi saw the zither in Yu Bingyun's embrace, his expression changed. He exclaimed in extreme shock, "Transcendent divine weapon, startling wind zither." To think that the Lunar Palace's transcendent divine weapon was in Yu Bingyun's hands. This news was somewhat unacceptable to Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each one of them could shake the world and kick up a bloody storm. Even if Yu Bingyun could not bring out the full might of the startling wind zither, as long as she could play it, it would be easy to block them. Ding, ding, dong, dong, dong. Not giving the two much time to think, Yu Bingyun, who was descending, moved her hands and played ancient music. A horrifying aura spread out from the zither. The sound of the zither transformed into numerous sharp blades of sound waves. They were sabers, swords, spears, and axes, and they pierced through the void and attacked the two of them continuously like a storm. Under the concentrated attacks, the two could only defend passively. They each sent out a screen of swords, unable to advance. However, even though the two defended with all their might, the sound waves still inflicted wounds of various sizes on their bodies. They kept retreating in a sorry state, not showing any signs of fighting spirit at all. As Yu Bingyun played the startling wind zither, colorful ribbons fluttered behind her, giving off a bright light. Xiao Qin's momentum was unblockable, forcing the two half-step martial emperors into retreat. His momentum flourished. However, Xiao Qin keenly discovered that with every note, Yu Bingyun's fine black hair dimmed a little. After a while, all her fine black hair turned white. "Let's go." After forcing the two half-step Emperor Wu to fight the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, Yu Bingyun retreated to Xiao Qin's side and led him into this mysterious space. Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi could catch up at any moment. Although Xiao Qin had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask. "Oh no." Xiao Qin's and Yu Bingyun's steps paused at the same time. There was actually no path in front. A deep abyss blocked their way. If it was an ordinary deep abyss, the two could easily fly over it. However, this deep abyss was extraordinary. The two had felt the mysterious suction from earlier in this deep abyss. Sonic booms rang out endlessly behind them. It was Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian. After forcing back the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monsters again, they charged over. The two's wounds from the startling wind zither had not healed yet. They were covered in blood, exuding a horrifying aura. Since becoming half-step Emperor Wu, when had the two ever suffered at the hands of the blue-robed emperor? They probably felt frustrated. If Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun got caught, they would definitely die a miserable death. Jump. The deep abyss was horrifying, but there was still a chance of survival. If the two behind caught up, there would be no chance at all. The two were decisive people, not wishy-washy at all. They seemed to understand each other and jumped down at the same time. In this deep abyss, the suction was even more horrifying. The two could not help crying out. They shot forward like arrows, unable to control themselves at all. In a few breaths they crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Bingyun and Xiao Qin, who were stuck to the ground, were somewhat shocked to discover that even raising their arms was extremely difficult. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were charging over, felt the edge of the deep abyss and quickly stopped. Chapter 1164. When facing the strange deep abyss, the two cautiously chose to stop. They did not want to experience that strange state of being unable to move again. What should we do? Fei Lingyi looked at Bing Xuejian. Bing Xuejian said indifferently, "You have the jadeite. Go down and check it out. If we let these two escape, we will suffer a great loss and lose all our face." Scram. Your sword soul is already 70% comprehended. Together with the will of ice, it is undefeatable. Why don't you go down first? Fei Lingyi scolded. The two clashed with each other, neither willing to go down first. Speaking of which, Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun, who had reached the bottom of the deep abyss, did not feel good at all. Their bodies stuck to the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. What was even worse was that his internal organs, flesh and bones were being pulled and squeezed by the strange ground. If they could not think of a solution in a while, their internal organs would be torn apart. At that time, his death would be as miserable as it could be. Don't panic. This is the true cultivation place of the Blood Sword Sovereign. The gravity here is 100 times stronger than elsewhere. After you get used to it, it will not be difficult for you to slowly stand up. Don't scare yourself to death. At the critical moment, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. However, she continued, your physical body is strong, so there should not be any problems. However, that woman will be somewhat problematic. It is hard to say whether she can last until her physical body gets used to the environment here. Xiao Qin, who had just released his bated breath, could not help feeling anxious when he heard that. He turned his head with much difficulty to look at Yu Bingyun. Indeed, the white-haired Yu Bingyun showed an expression of pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips and she looked incredibly pale. The originally aloof Lunar Palace holy daughter no longer had any of her elegant and otherworldly air. Xiao Qin's heart suddenly sank. He did not like owing favors. If Yu Bingyun died here, he would feel guilty for life, forming an indelible shadow in his heart. What should I do? I have to stand up first. Otherwise, I cannot circulate my energy to treat my injuries and recover to my peak state. If Xiao Qin was at his peak, he should be able to walk to the other party's side if he used his Blue Dragon War body again. However, the prerequisite was that he could stand up. Yu Bingyun was muddle-headed and in unbearable pain. She was in a daze, feeling like she was really going to die this time. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been torn apart by the gravitational pull, and blood was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before she died from her shattered internal organs. She was completely powerless, and in this dizzy state she was already prepared to die. Yu Bingyun, hold on. Don't die here. Give me 1 hour. 1 hour. You have to hold on for 1 hour. Right at that moment, a loud roar entered her ears. His voice was filled with anxiety, urgency, and unquestionable confidence. Hold on. Wait for me for an hour. After an hour, I'll come and save you. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Xiao Qin, who was not far away. He was currently doing his best to stand up, staring at her. The two's gazes met, and Xiao Qin revealed a smile with some difficulty. Don't be so useless. Don't forget your status. You are the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, after all, someone with a venerated status. I, Xiao Qin, have always been cursed by others to the point that I cannot die. You will not die either. Just wait for me for 1 hour. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat speechless. She wanted to say something but found that she could not. Her vocal cords moved slightly and it affected her wounds. "Don't say anything. Just listen to me." Xiao Qian knew that it was not convenient for the other party to speak at this moment. However, she needed someone to talk to her. Otherwise, if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Xiao Qian quickly stopped Yu Bingyun, who wanted to speak. After saying that, Xiao Qian, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched his fists and hammered the ground ferociously. Xiao Qian's entire upper body left the ground and he nearly got up. However, he did not have enough momentum. The gravity pulled him down, and after Xiao Qian got up, he fell back down heavily. This strike was not light. When Xiao Qian opened his mouth, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he mocked Yu Bingyun somewhat self-deprecatingly. Before he could even wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Qian continued storing up power, preparing for the next attempt. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded endlessly in the deep abyss. Every time they rang out, it meant that Xiao Qian failed once. Xiao Qian did not know how many times he failed, but he did not intend to give up. Every time he failed, he would look at Yu Bingyun and chat with her. After Xiao Qian verified that she had not fallen asleep, he prepared for the next attempt. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could no longer bear to watch. She said, "You idiot, stop trying. Be careful that you will not be able to save the other party and end up killing yourself." Little Ao Jiao, stop saying that. She ended up in such a state because she tried to save me. If I ignore her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will be a man in vain. Xiao Qian replied to Ao Jiao in his heart. Then he continued to try. He felt like he had broken several bones in his back. However, the repeated failures gave him a lot of experience, allowing him to grasp some techniques for circulating his energy in this gravity. As he familiarized himself with these techniques, Xiao Qian believed that he could adapt to the environment here and stand up earlier. In the end, he could not wipe away the blood leaking out of the corner of Xiao Qian's lips. This made his delicate face look somewhat ugly and horrifying. Compared to the unrivaled elegance that Xiao Qian had shown at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the current Xiao Qian did not have any of his past aura. However, every time this bloody face looked at her, Yu Bingyun did not feel any repulsion. Instead, she felt especially at ease and an indescribable pain. If she could speak, she would definitely shout to stop Xiao Qian. The intense pain after every failure was simply unbearable. At some point in time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Bang! Another loud sound rang out and Xiao Qian landed heavily. However, this time he did not immediately speak to Yu Bingyun. He just lay there motionlessly. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. Xiao Qian was definitely too severely injured and could not hold on. The two of them were going to die here. Just as Yu Bingyun felt very nervous and worried, Xiao Qian, who had been silent for a while, roared ferociously. Then Xiao Qian clenched his fists and punched the ground heavily again. His upper body soared up again. When the gravity pressed down, Xiao Qian's vital qi surged like a gushing river, gushing endlessly. After using up all of his strength, his body had finally adapted to the gravitational environment here after thousands of failures. His qi could circulate in a circular manner. Then Xiao Qian flipped over and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After a while he looked up at Yu Bingyun. When he discovered that she had not closed her eyes yet, he revealed a smile. 1 hour is just right. Don't give up. I'm coming over immediately. The kneeling Xiao Qian slowly got up. Then he walked over to Yu Bingyun with much difficulty. When Xiao Qian reached her side, he quickly took out some medicinal pills for treating injuries, which he bought at the blue-robed emperor auction and fed them to her. After that, Xiao Qian slowly helped Yu Bingyun up. After being here for so long, she had already gotten used to it. He had gotten used to it, and the process of helping the other party up wasn't too difficult. Without saying anything more, Xiao Qian threw a palm strike on Yu Bingyun's back. Then he infused his law energy into her body, speeding up the recovery of the medicinal energy. At the same time, it helped Yu Bingyun recover from the injuries to her internal organs. As the king-grade medicinal pills slowly permeated her body, Yu Bingyun's body started to recover quickly. To Xiao Qian's surprise, Yu Bingyun had law energy circulating in a special meridian. However, a blood clot blocked a certain meridian, preventing it from circulating smoothly. Instead, it aggravated Yu Bingyun's injuries. This should be the Lunar Palace's profound cultivation technique, the longevity art. Xiao Qian immediately circulated his energy and melted the blood clot, opening up that meridian. The longevity art immediately circulated quickly. After it automatically circulated once, Yu Bingyun's injuries miraculously healed by half. Such a healing effect was incredible. The longevity art was truly profound. After Yu Bingyun's condition stabilized and the longevity art could continue circulating, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he let Yu Bingyun lie down slowly. After putting a healing pill into his mouth, he began to slowly heal himself. There were not many surprises. Time passed quietly. After one night, the two had more or less recovered. Their bodies had already adapted to this strange gravity. Although it was still difficult for them to move, they no longer had much of a problem standing up. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes, and her complexion recovered its rosy color. She looked radiant, regaining the air of a holy daughter. She carefully sat up and immediately looked to the side. However, she did not see the figure she wanted to see. Yu Bingyun immediately looked around in a fluster. Only then did she discover that Xiao Chen was standing in front of a wall, paying close attention to it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiao Chen quickly turned his head back and discovered that Yu Bingyun's white hair had already turned back into elegant black hair. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. "You're awake." Yu Bingyun nodded and shifted her gaze away from Xiao Chen's back. Then she asked carefully, "How are the injuries on your back?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "They're already healed. I have a peak sage body and the blue dragon war body. This level of injury is nothing to me." "How did you endure that kind of pain yesterday?" Yu Bingyun asked after thinking for a long time. When she thought of Xiao Chen's actions yesterday, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. Even now, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. She simply did not know how Xiao Chen managed to persevere. Was it for her? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In the past, when I was cultivating my physical body, I experienced even more pain than this. There was also the lightning tribulation, which was even more unbearable. Now that I think about it, compared to the pain I experienced in the past, yesterday's pain is not even worth mentioning." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was stunned. Xiao Chen was famous and had a bright appearance. Among the same generation, he was a king. What exactly did he experience? Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday in his mouth was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiao Chen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yen had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiao Chen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. "Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it?" Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. The scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xiaoqin nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the Blood Sword Sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiaoqin smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Xiaoqin glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness? If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiaoqin felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiaoqian's saber soul. Xiaoqian's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiaoqin handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiaoqin started cultivating bitterly. Xiaoqin arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejin, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejin retorted coldly, "I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite so you can retreat safely." Jin Liangqi and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen." Bing Xuejin smiled coldly and said, "I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything. Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, "Who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiaoqin released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiaoqin. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiaoqin from obtaining it. Bing Xuejin swept his gaze over Jin Liangqi and the others indifferently. He said, "The few of you, go and bring those 2 coffins over." Although Jin Liangqi and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejin to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejin glanced at the deep abyss and said, "Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now I will give you a big gift as well." Bing Xuejin opened the 2 coffins. Then he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang, bang, bang. 2 loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiaoqin, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps. Now that Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Dragon steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful. Xiaoqian's figure flashed and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiaoqin arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiaoqian's explosive power to increase further. Then he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Pok, pok, pok. Amid loud sounds, the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these 2 blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiaoqin first fell into this place. However, when Xiaoqin saw these 3 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone." A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiaoqian's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. "Can you do it?" Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiaoqin stepped forward and said calmly, "If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here I am 99% confident." Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiaoqin flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiaoqian's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the 100-fold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiaoqian's attacks. In close combat, Xiaoqian's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment he executed the 1,000-year flame which he comprehended himself. In the next moment he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiaoqian's figure flickered as the attacks of the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiaoqian's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiaoqin sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The 2 completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiaoqian's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chen slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh, whoosh. The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the four-season saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chen minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Cassia. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiao Chen used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiao Chen, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen touched upon its borders. Xiao Chen answered honestly, Instant of Glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiao Chen's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I'm still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiao Chen to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xiao Chen smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xiao Chen's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiao Qian's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior Xiao Qian. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left: leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, "Let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem." "Good. We'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens." "Ah, what could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy." "In that case it's settled." The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiao Qian to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiao Qian truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiao Qian took 7 steps in the air. With each step he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiao Qian estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiao Qian used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Qian asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiao Qian had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. "I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance," Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xiao Qian could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiao Qian estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically 0. Xiao Qian withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiao Qian's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiao Qian was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiao Chen had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiao Chen's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiao Chen's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiao Chen's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiao Chen's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading the Life and Death Art. After reading it, she dealt Xiao Chen a heavy blow. By cultivating the Life and Death Art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chen needed 2 things to assist him: the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, one could not cultivate the Life and Death Art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the Life and Death Art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the Human Demon Sea, which is the Blood Sword Sovereign's hometown. However, the Death Fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a Death Fruit has appeared. Many Ghost Race great emperors have been searching for a Death Fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the Human Demon Sea?" After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiao Chen learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods like the Blood Sword Sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the Life and Death Art from Yu Bingyun, Xiao Chen started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiao Chen, I can help you find the Death Fruit." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, seemed to have made up her mind. "You have the Death Fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then the Thunder King killed a Ghost Race great emperor. There was a Death Fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He had found the Death Fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the Human Demon Sea and obtain the Flower of Life. Then he could still cultivate the Life and Death Art. There was still hope. "Don't be too happy yet. The Human Demon Sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the Flower of Life or not," Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. "What's wrong? You've been to the Human Demon Sea before?" "What nonsense. The Thunder King's inheritance is in the Human Demon Sea. How could I not have been there before?" Xiao Chen's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the Human Demon Sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiao Chen did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiao Chen studied the Life and Death Art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. "Let's go." Xiao Chen woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time she said apologetically, It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly. Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiaoqin meant, Xiaoqin hugged her tightly. Then they broke through the restrictions of the hundredfold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiaoqin's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiaoqin did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiaoqin had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly this was unacceptable to Xiaoqin. Don't move. We're going up soon. After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time. This was a mockery of how Xiaoqin carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiaoqin smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiaoqin a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Prepare to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing qi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiaoqin came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, "After waiting for 1.5 months, you are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. 4 consummation blue-robed emperors working together. If they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. 1, 3, 4. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. 9. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiaoqin, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiaoqin clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. This was part of their plan. The moment Xiaoqin came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiaoqin's sharpness. Then they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiaoqin. However, right now the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiaoqin, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case there was only one possibility: the white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The 4's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. "You think you can retreat?" A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder Dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other three each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me, instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Xiao Chen executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. Kaxie. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. Kaxie. Kaxie. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. You're on your own. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon, Bing Xuejin and Fei Lingyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Xiao Chen admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Jin Liangqi and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Jin Liangqi laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Xiao Chen used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Xiao Chen waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock, "Flood Dragon War Chariot? Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Lung Xiaofan? Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Get on then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly she had asked a pointless question. For some reason this flood dragon war chariot ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. The 4 flood dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Xiaoqin said. Xiaoqin wanted to meet Batu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the Flower of Life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiao Chen's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiao Chen, so he asked, "What are you laughing at? It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiao Chen. "Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly." Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lingyi's attempt to advance the Heavenly Cloud Sword into a transcendent divine weapon?" "I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now, I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the flood dragon war chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejin, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other 3 recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiao Chen and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of 2 half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiao Chen's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiao Chen put away the flood dragon war chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for Holy Spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good, or rather the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiao Chen discovered several hidden Holy Spirit veins. However, Jiang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiao Chen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiao Chen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took 4 Holy Spirit veins. Even so, Xiao Chen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue Holy Spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiao Chen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked, "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable." "Right, I am extremely willing. As long as the Holy Daughter says it, anything is negotiable. Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future. During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiaoqin a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiaoqin, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation, blue-robed Emperor Xiaoqin saw one or two half-step Emperor Wu Xiaoqian. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiaoqian occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Blackwater cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiaoqin was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiaoqin and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiaoqin discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiaoqian. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were two strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. Ah, this must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiaoqin, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiaoqin had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiaoqin in her rare days. She looked at the two figures in the sky who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiaoqin withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those two earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zong Buxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyun knew more about the Black Sea than Xiaoqin did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiaoqin heard Zong Buxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zong Buxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiaoqin had found it strange that Zong Buxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zong Buxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiaoqin somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiaoqin guessed right, this Zong Buxiong should know about the grudge between Xiaoqin and Sima Lingxian. Zong Buxiong probably sent Xiaoqin a voice projection because he did not want Xiaoqin to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiaoqin still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiaoqin's expectations. In that instant, Xiao Chen sensed that Sima Lingxuan's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiao Chen be truly vigilant. Now he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiao Chen asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years with Zhong Buxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life-and-death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." Friend or foe? Sima Lingxuan's father died at Xiao Chen's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiao Chen did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserved to be killed, to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiao Chen did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me? Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiao Chen to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiao Chen entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father. Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him." Xiao Chen skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Batu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Zhong Buxiong, no one else had succeeded. Batu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Batu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xiao Chen stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Ba Tuesday. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon Batu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately gave Xiao Chen a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xiao Chen, who only cared about talking to Xiao Chen, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xiao Chen, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" Batu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xiao Chen quickly said, "I think Brother Batu is overreacting." Batu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come. Since Brother Xiao Chen is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 Great Bandits of the Black Sea. Given Batu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xiao Chen was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingshen could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiao Chen's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Batu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise Secret Cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xiao Chen was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. Wait for a while. This time I actually have a request to make of Brother Batu, Xiao Chen said seriously, rejecting Batu's words. Batu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation." "Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two?" When Batu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. "We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary?" Since Xiao Chen had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Bring me to see that pile of trash first." Batu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Bring Miss Bingyun around the castle. Remember to treat her well." Batu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiao Chen over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiao Chen had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon-seeking secret art. However, Xiao Chen had also told her the truth. This dragon-seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn. Chapter 1170. The threshold for comprehension ability was too high. Even if an ordinary geomaster obtained it, it would not be of much use. At most, it would broaden their horizons. Xiao Chen followed Batu to his private treasure pavilion in the castle. In one of the old rooms he saw the trash that Batu spoke of. There were broken bells, large lumps of metal, rotten knives, and all sorts of metal balls. There were many of them. At first glance they were indeed trash. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were all dusty treasures, making him somewhat happy. How was this trash? This was a complete dragon-subduing platform. However, it had been destroyed and scattered. After repairing and refining some of the parts, he reassembled them. This was a ready-made dragon-subduing platform. The bell was the dragon-summoning bell. With just a gentle shake, it could automatically summon back the spirit vein that escaped. When dealing with some evil dragons, there was no way to get them to obediently go to the dragon-subduing platform. Hence, the dragon-summoning bell became a necessity. The rotten knives were the essence of the dragon-subduing platform, the dragon head guillotine. There was also the lump of metal. This was the ready-made foundation of the dragon-subduing platform. If Xiao Qin had to pool his own money to build it, he would need at least 10 years to prepare. However, these things were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. They were completely useless. Even a regular geomaster would not recognize these things. Even if they recognized them, they would not know how to use them. They had to be used in conjunction with the Paradise Secret Cannon. That's all? It is infuriating to talk about it. A group of brothers and I risked our lives to bring back a corpse. Unexpectedly, the ring is filled with a pile of trash. Batu appeared rather depressed when he mentioned this matter. Xiao Qin reluctantly put down the dragon summoning bell. Then he said, "These are not trash. They are all treasures." Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Xiao Qin told Batu about the Paradise Secret Cannon and the true value of this pile of trash. "I can leave a copy of the Paradise Secret Cannon for Brother Batu's day. As for these dragon-subduing platform parts, I hope that Brother Batu will do me a favor. Name a price and I'll buy them." After Batu heard that, his expression changed. He said, "You are looking down on this, brother. Without you making a move, I, Batu, and my friends would have died in the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Furthermore, at that time, Brother Xiao Qin could have made a move to silence us and snatch this corpse away. Don't say anything. You can just take these things as trash." Batu's straightforwardness made Xiao Qin feel somewhat embarrassed. Not only did Batu not want the Paradise Secret Cannon's copy, but he even gave all the parts of the dragon-subduing platform to Xiao Qin. After the dragon-subduing platform was completed, Xiao Qin would no longer need to be afraid of those evil dragons while seeking the dragon acupoints. This dragon-subduing platform was extremely important to him. In fact, when he reached the level of Emperor Wu and searched for a royal spirit vein, this dragon-subduing platform would be of great help to him. I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future, if the Flame Rock Sovereign or Brother Batu need any help, I will definitely be there at your beck and call," Xiao Qin said extremely seriously as he accepted the parts of the dragon-subduing platform. Batu laughed loudly and said, "Well said, well said. However, there is indeed a problem that is troubling this brother." "What problem?" Xiao Qin asked, feeling suspicious as he frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, what exactly is your relationship with the Holy Daughter? Don't be in a rush to deny it. If it were someone else, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot. Furthermore," Xiao Qin felt somewhat speechless. He thought that Batu would ask something serious, so he quickly interrupted, "Don't mention this." Batu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "All right, I won't mention it. I understand. The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to get the outstanding talent token, then. I plan to stay in Dark City for a while and complete the dragon-subduing platform before leaving." The disassembled dragon-subduing platform had existed for too long. Many things needed to be repaired, which was a rather large project. Furthermore, Xiao Qin needed to purchase many divine materials. With the outstanding talent token, he would be able to obtain a considerable discount when purchasing in Dark City. Furthermore, some divine materials could not be purchased through ordinary channels. With the outstanding talent token, it would be easier to access those special channels. Batu patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and smiled. "That's easy. Come, I'll bring you to the city lord's residence now." As Xiao Qin strolled around the castle, he could sense the auras of several experts, both in the open and in the dark. There was even a gaze that seemed to belong to a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu, watching him from the dark. However, it seemed like that gaze did not have any malicious intent because of Batu's day. Furthermore, it did not pry too much into Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin arrived at the city lord's residence in the center of Dark City, he relied on Batu's signboard to pass through all sorts of tight security and strong checkpoints. This allowed Xiao Qin to personally experience the strength of being a great pirate of the Black Sea. Along the way, he saw several half-step Emperor Wu experts at the checkpoints, undergoing strict questioning and inspections. When Batu and Xiao Qin arrived at the Zong Affairs office, where the outstanding talent token was processed, they were about to enter. Suddenly, a voice called out to Batu from behind. When Batu heard that, he turned his head back, and his expression changed involuntarily. Damn, this fellow actually came to the Zong Affairs office as well. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there would be some problems with the outstanding talent token? Ah, Brother Batu, are you bringing someone to get the outstanding talent token? Behind the Zong Affairs office, a white-robed young man with a jade-like complexion and a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly with a person behind him. Xiao Qin sized up this person. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was also a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. Boundless sword intent flashed in this person's eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it could tear through the air. Another peak great perfection quasi-emperor outstanding young talent. Xiaoqun felt shocked in his heart. However, when he thought about it, the Black Sea lacked everything but resources, so he felt somewhat at ease. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea controlled the greatest benefits of the Black Sea. In terms of resources, they were probably even stronger than some of the Holy Lands. After all, their headquarters were in the Black Sea. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor happened to rely on the accumulation of resources. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, no matter how many resources one had, it would be pointless. Being able to use vast resources to raise one's cultivation to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor within a short time was already an incredible feat. This person is called Lu Yun, a descendant of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, Ku Yejin. Ku Yejin ranks 6th among the great bandits and is a sovereign martial emperor who uses the sword. This person once suffered greatly at my big brother's hands. Xiaoqun knew that Batu's big brother was the most talented outstanding talent of the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. He was also the Flame Rock Sovereign's legitimate successor, someone who would inherit the title of Flame Rock Sovereign in the future. However, Batu had always been busy with cultivation, rarely appearing when he was in closed-door cultivation. Compared to Batu, he was much more low-profile. That Lu Yun sized up Xiaoqun and said indifferently, "Not bad. With the cultivation of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, you meet the threshold. However, it is hard to say whether you can get an outstanding talent token or not. However, based on Brother Batu's appearance, it seems like you want to go through the back door." This person had an arrogant expression. After saying that, he left with his head held high. Remember to tell your big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation early. The next Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is about to begin. At that time, I will personally defeat him. The person beside Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiaoqun. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce electric fire burned in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoqun frowned slightly. Why does this fellow make it seem like he has a grudge against me? If I recall correctly, I have a grudge against him. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xiaoqun met Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you sissy. Who said that your uncle is going through the back door? It is just an outstanding talent token. My brother can easily obtain it. What surprised Xiaoqun was that Batu's explosive temper could not endure Lu Yun's aloof temper. Once provoked, Batu would immediately erupt. Lu Yun turned around and did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "If you did not go through the back door, you would not have been able to obtain an outstanding talent token. Don't boast and harm your brother. Furthermore, if not for giving face to your big brother, I would have slapped you for what you said earlier." The competition between the descendants of the great bandits was actually so intense. This surprised Xiaoqun, who was at the side, slightly. He felt like he had gotten involved in some grudges. The more Batu spoke, the angrier he became. He cursed, "Damn! Do you dare to bet with me? This brother of mine will definitely obtain an outstanding talent token. Furthermore, his results will be even higher than this person you brought." Lu Yun said coldly, "You are really reckless. Do you know who this person beside me is? He is Xia Yang, the descendant of the legendary Thunderfire Sovereign. He is someone who can make it into the top 5 of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting." So that's the case. When Xiaoqun heard that, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that this fellow was Xia Luo's elder brother. No wonder Xia Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Xiaoqun had taught Xia Luo's younger brother and the clan elder, Wang Zhen, a lesson at Blackwater Island. Word of that had probably reached this person's ears. Xia Yang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, there is no need to bother with these two clowns. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Just smile." Lu Yun nodded and said, "That's true. If these words came from your elder brother, Ba Yan, I might be able to take them seriously. However, when they came from you, Batu, I only need to smile." The two echoed each other, causing Batu's complexion to turn red and white. That kind of arrogance and disdain infuriated him. Xiaoqun stepped forward and patted Batu's shoulder. Then he looked straight at the two and said, "It is just an outstanding talent token. There is no need for the two of you to mock and ridicule me like that. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? You will only make others feel ashamed of you." Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. His eyes became like swords as they pierced towards Xiaoqun. A boundless sword intent burst out from his eyes. Unexpectedly, this fellow's sword soul had reached 50% comprehension, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, Lu Yun's sword intent gained a feeling of spring returning to a withered tree. This made his sword intent even more exuberant, surging boundlessly. If Lu Yun looked at an ordinary person, that person would immediately fall to the ground in fright, trembling and unable to get up. However, Xiaoqian did not fear Lu Yun at all. His saber soul had already reached 60% comprehension, completely suppressing his opponent. The saber soul in Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness moved slightly as he looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes. He did not even take half a step back. Chapter 1171. Saber intent spread out from Xiaoqian's body. It was like one could hear sharp clanging sounds in the air, inspiring the urge to cover their ears. Many people came to the City Affairs Hall to handle the outstanding talent token and other matters. When they saw this scene, they could not help but look over. When they saw that someone dared to clash with Lu Yun's aura, they could not help feeling surprised. Lu Yun was very famous in this vast dark city. He was extremely strong, even able to defeat some consummation blue-robed emperors. What a fellow. To think that you really have some skill. Batu, I accept your bet. Lu Yun said indifferently to Batu as he withdrew his gaze. Anticipation lit up in his eyes. Batu sent a voice projection back. Xiaoqian, are you confident? I did not recognize that Xia Yang at first glance. This fellow is also very famous in Dark City. He is not inferior to the descendants of the great bandits of the Black Sea. His outstanding talent token should have reached its time limit, so he is here to reapply for it. If you are not confident, then I admit defeat. I will ask my uncle to help you apply for an outstanding talent token. Xiaoqian replied calmly. There is no need. Just go ahead and gamble. Bet as much as you want. I will help you win it all in one go. With Xiaoqian's words, Batu immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, Lu Yun, let's make the bet bigger this time. The loser will give the winner 200 essence stones. How about that? 200 essence stones. The moment Batu said that, not only did Lu Yun's expression change slightly, but even the surrounding young cultivators who were watching felt shocked. Essence stones could only be extracted from king spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's cultivation. Without advancing to Emperor Wu, there was no way to purchase essence stones through normal channels. They could only obtain them at auctions. These outstanding talents had the backing of the great bandits and lived in the resource-rich Black Sea. Hence, they could rely on their clans to obtain some essence stones every month. However, they only obtained about 20 essence stones every month. They still had to rely on Holy Spirit veins to cultivate. Batu wanted to bet 200 essence stones in one go. It looked like he had been holding back his anger and wanted to make a big bet. Xia Yang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Brother Lu, just agree with him. The guy next to him happens to have some conflicts with me. Let's break his spirit here first. Lu Yun secretly sent a voice transmission to ask if he was really confident. He only had 300 origin essence stones on him, and he had saved them up. Don't worry. My thunder fire art has already reached the 10th layer. It is more than enough to defeat him in the test of the outstanding talent token, Xia Yang guaranteed confidently. Lu Yun had always looked down on Batu and did not want to lose in front of him. With Xia Yang's guarantee, he immediately agreed to Batu's request and said loudly, I happen to be lacking origin essence stones. If you want to give them to me, I naturally have no objection. Batu and Lu Yun are at loggerheads. This is going to be a good show. What a big bet. 200 origin essence stones. If I had 200 origin essence stones, my cultivation would increase by 20%. Stop speaking nonsense. Your clan does not have a sovereign martial emperor holding down the fort. Where are you going to get 200 origin essence stones? Even if the elders of your clan found them, they would use them for themselves. Batu and Lu Yun's huge bet immediately attracted the attention of the many youths who came to apply for the outstanding talent token. Aside from the descendants of great bandits who could use their connections to apply for the outstanding talent token, the outstanding talent token was also open to the public. As long as one cleared the checkpoints set by the City Lord's Residence's City Affairs Hall, they would obtain the outstanding talent token as well, allowing one to enjoy many benefits in Black Sea City and a death exemption medallion. With the outstanding talent token, no expert would dare to kill you. At the very least, this was a guarantee in the Black Sea. Aside from this, one could enter many of the peak places in the city unobstructed with the outstanding talent token and enjoy the most expensive treatment. Not just the local outstanding talents of the Black Sea, but several outstanding talents from other sea regions also came to Dark City to apply for the outstanding talent token. Furthermore, in the Kunlun realm, as long as one was not over 50 years old, one could be considered a youth. Hence, the city affairs hall was always filled with people. There were many people who came, but only a few were able to successfully apply for an outstanding talent token. The reason was simple. The checkpoints set by the city affairs hall were too difficult. Lu Yun and Xia Yang took the lead and entered the city affairs hall. Xiaoqin and Ba Tu followed closely behind. After registering according to the city affairs hall's rules, they were led into the testing hall. The vast and majestic testing hall was bustling with people. When Xiaoqin saw this, he found it somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here to apply for the outstanding talent token. A quick count gave at least 100 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. Some were strong, some were weak, some were strong, and some were of different races. There were humans, fiend race, ghost race, and even some demon mixed blood cultivators. This was a great eye-opener. Dark City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering city. Just the test for the outstanding talent token could attract so many outstanding talents. These people were all different. However, the pride they exuded was not as wild and unruly as they usually were. They were all very similar. After being immersed in the Black Sea for a long time, one would develop a baleful aura that was very hard to get rid of. However, this baleful aura would not affect the minds of outstanding talents. Instead, it would be used by them to strengthen their auras. Lu Yun's appearance attracted everyone's attention. This descendant of a great bandit was very famous and in the limelight. In comparison, the descendant of a great bandit like Ba Tu attracted much less attention. After all, this dark city was a place where strength reigned supreme, a place where the strong were worshipped. If Ba Tu's eldest brother were here, the situation would be different. Dong, dong, dong. Dense footsteps resounded. Countless people rushed in from outside the city affairs hall to watch the excitement. This made the young outstanding talents participating in the outstanding talent token feel strange. Although the outstanding talent tokens test did not prohibit spectators, it was rare for such a bustling scene to appear under normal circumstances. There had to be something strange about this. Indeed, after asking around, the crowd learned about the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. They all showed strange expressions. Who is that white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to compete with the Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He looks like he is only a middle-stage great perfection blue-robed emperor. His cultivation is weaker than Xia Yang's. This white-robed bladesman must have a great background. Otherwise Ba Tu would not be so bold. Ah, that might not be the case. I feel that he is just bluffing. He is just a nameless person. It is hard to say whether he can obtain the outstanding talent token or not. How can he compete with Xia Yang? That's right. He will definitely lose. The crowd discussed the matter. Some of the young outstanding talents participating in the test purposely stopped, wanting to let the two fight one-on-one. The two took up the responsibility and went to the first stage of the City Affairs Hall's test. The test of strength. Xiaoqin was no stranger to this test method. It was the same as the one he used in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The 100-meter-tall stone tablet was connected to an iron man through an exquisite formation on the ground. The difference was that this time the metal man's chest, throat, forehead, and other areas were marked in red. After the old man beside the stone steel explained it to Xiaoqin, he knew that the testing stone steel here was closer to actual combat. The vital parts of the stone steel were reinforced, making it harder for one's strength to penetrate. Just like martial artists, they would definitely put up extra defenses at their vitals. If one was confident, one could attack the vital parts of the metal man. If one's strength could penetrate it, one could light up more gems on the stone steel. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's result would be extremely low. One would be eliminated in the first stage. Most people would not choose to attack the vital parts. They would just use the normal method to test their strength. The City Affairs Hall elder guarding the first stage said expressionlessly, "The first stage is to test your strength. If you want to obtain the outstanding talent token, you have to light up the 6th row of gems at the very least. Lighting up one gem is 1 point. The highest score for this stage is 10 points. Xiaoqin's expression changed involuntarily. In the previous test at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, the ones who could light up the 6th row of gems were almost all consummation blue-robed emperors. In this place, the minimum requirement to obtain the outstanding talent token was to light up the 6th row of gems. The threshold was extraordinarily high. No wonder Lu Yun said that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor might not be able to obtain the outstanding talent token. As for the subsequent scores, Xiaoqin knew that this test had a total of 3 stages. In the end, the scores would be added up to determine one's ranking among all the outstanding talents taking the test. In this first stage I will make you fall into despair. Xia Yang was very confident in the test of strength. After the old man finished speaking, he walked over step by step. With every step Xia Yang took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire burned on his body. His aura was startling. Sparks even appeared high in the sky in the vast hall. If not for the restrictions in the hall, the lightning would have burst out. Thunder Fire Art. This is a profound cultivation technique created by the legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign. Its explosive power is extremely ferocious. I wonder which layer Xia Yang has cultivated it to. As long as he reaches the 7th layer, he will be able to defeat that white-robed bladesman for sure. The legendary martial emperor, the Thunder Fire Sovereign, was very famous. Although the Xia clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, no one dared to underestimate the might of this Thunder Fire art. Xia Yang took 10 steps. With every step he took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire appeared on his body. When he finished taking 10 steps, the crowd exclaimed. Amid the layers of lightning-attributed fire, Xia Yang's aura was extremely strong. He was no weaker than a regular consummation blue-robed emperors. He might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, he cultivated the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer. The Xia Yang really hit himself deeply. He will probably shock everyone in this outstanding talent summit meeting. There is no hope. Batu's 200 essence stones are probably gone. After charging up his strength, Xia Yang roared and punched the metal humanoid. The light on the testing steel flickered and rows of gems lit up rapidly. Soon all the gems on the 5th row lit up. The first purple gem on the 6th row lit up, followed by the 2nd, 3rd and 4th gems. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th. This caused an uproar. Xia Yang's punch lit up a total of 9 gems on the 6th row. This was a startling result, surpassing most consummation blue-robed emperors. Chapter 1172. Although Xia Yang had used the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art and stored up energy for a while, no one could deny his results. However, no one could erase his results. All of this was within the rules. The first stage was a test of strength. Lighting up 9 gems and obtaining 9 points was basically the highest score of the first stage. Xia Yang scattered the 10th layer of Thunder Fire on his body. His complexion turned slightly red and he looked somewhat weak. Clearly, his cultivation of the 10th layer of the Thunder Fire art was not very stable. However, the joy and pride on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Xiao Qin arrogantly and laughed loudly. In this stage I lit up 9 gems on the 6th row. How can you compare to me? To most people, to surpass the 9th gem, one would have to erupt with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu and light up 10 gems. However, this was clearly impossible. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. There was no way Xiao Qin could compete with him. Xia Yang would definitely win the first stage. White-robed bladesmen, what do you have to defeat me? Xia Yang lit up 9 purple gems in one go, appearing very spirited. After cultivating the Thunder Fire art to the 10th layer, Xia Yang's goal was not Xiao Qin but the outstanding talent summit meeting that would take place in a month. At that time he would shine brightly. Xia Yang treated Xiao Qin before him as an appetizer. At the same time he would kick his younger brother and vent his anger. At the same time he would slowly spread his fame. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this scene. He said to Batu in an indifferent manner, "Prepare 200 origin essence stones later. Haha, if you can't take it out, don't blame me for making a fool of you in front of everyone and doing some embarrassing things." Batu's face sank slightly, rage building in his heart. However, when he saw Xia Yang obtain 9 points, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. In reality, Batu did not have 200 essence stones. It was only because he trusted Xiao Qin unconditionally that he demanded an exorbitant price. Xia Yang wanted to take revenge on Lu Yun for all the time. He didn't expect that Xia Yang would score 9 points in the first round. If Xia Yang continued to perform well, his total score would probably be able to rank in the top 20 of the overall ranking. Don't be too happy so soon. This is just the first stage. There are still 3 more stages, testing movement techniques, eyesight, and actual combat. There will be plenty of opportunities to overtake them. Batu argued back, but his words seemed to lack confidence. When Lu Yun heard this, he smiled in disdain and said, "Stubborn duck. Continue holding on. Let's see what else you have to say when we reach the final stage." Everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Qin. They all wanted to see what expression this white-robed bladesman would have when he saw Xia Yang's despairing 90 points. But they were disappointed. The expected dismay and surprise did not appear on Xiao Qin's face. His delicate face was still calm. Taking a step forward, Xiao Qin used his hand to touch the Iron Man. The places he touched were all the vital parts of the Iron Man, such as its chest, throat, and the space between its eyebrows. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he overestimated himself and wanted to challenge the Iron Man's vital parts? If one could penetrate the reinforced defenses of the Iron Man's vital parts, one would be able to obtain a very high score. However, if one was not strong enough, one would obtain a score far lower than one's own strength. The risk was very high. Practically no one could obtain a high score by challenging the Iron Man's vital parts. Most of them could not even light up the purple gems. Lu Yun smiled coldly and said, "This fellow really wants to win so much that he has gone crazy." Glancing at the stunned Ba Tu, Lu Yun added, "Indeed, he is someone you brought up. His way of thinking is different. However, he does not know that he is a big joke." Ba Tu could not help retorting, "If you can obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts, my brother will definitely be able to do it." Lu Yun smiled conceitedly and said, "Do you think that everyone is a descendant of Ku Yejin? Even if you called your big brother over, he would not be able to obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts. This is something only a peak swordsman can do. You idiot, you don't know anything." Most of the people present agreed with Lu Yun's words. Unless one was a peak swordsman who could focus their attacks on one point, it would be very difficult to break through the reinforced defenses. Although the attacks of a bladesman were tyrannical, they excelled in chopping and chopping. They could not focus their attacks on one point. In history, there had never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. When everyone saw that Xiao Chen wanted to obtain victory by relying on the vital parts, they all shook their heads slightly. Their eyes filled with disdain. This white-robed bladesman overestimated himself. "Can I use a saber?" Xiao Chen stepped back. Now that he was confident, he asked the administrator of the sect affairs hall. That old administrator smiled and said, "Naturally. If a bladesman does not use a saber, how can he bring out his greatest strength? However, let me give you a piece of advice. In the history of Dark City, there has never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "There will be one soon." When the old administrator heard that, he could not help but smile faintly. His expression did not change. The arrogance of youth was understandable. The old administrator had seen too much in his life and would no longer make a fuss about nothing. "How arrogant! Let's see what kind of joke you will make." Xia Yang could not stand Xiao Chen's indifferent attitude, so he mocked him. Whoosh! Right after Xia Yang spoke, everyone in the hall saw an extremely dazzling saber light flash by. The saber light was too bright, forcing everyone to blink involuntarily. As the saber light flashed, there was also a gust of wind. This wind made everyone's long hair flutter gently. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen, who was holding nothing in his hands earlier, had already sheathed his saber. Then he slowly hugged the lunar shadow saber. Did he draw his saber? This saber strike was too fast, so fast that everyone doubted it. It flashed by, they did not see it clearly at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen had drawn his saber. Although not many people saw Xiao Chen draw his saber, there were still some, such as Lu Yun, the old administrator, and Xia Yang, who stood beside Xiao Chen. When Xia Yang saw that the stone steel did not even light up, he could not help laughing loudly. "Not bad, your posture is pretty good." Unfortunately, not a single gem lit up. "White-robed bladesman, you will probably become the biggest joke of the year in Dark City." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xiao Chen's saber strike was incredibly fast, startling them all. When they heard Xia Yang's words, they realized that it was just a joke. Not a single gem lit up. Although this was somewhat surprising, it was rather normal. Many cultivators who wanted to score points by attacking the vital points had encountered such a situation before. However, Xiao Chen made it seem so mysterious, giving off the air of an expert. In the end, he still ended up with such a result. This was truly a joke. Something's not right. Lu Yun, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly frowned. He discovered that something was wrong. The old administrator behind the stone steel also showed a grave expression, appearing extremely flabbergasted. There was a crisp sound and a crack appeared on the metal puppet's neck. A resplendent saber light shot out from that crack, looking as dazzling as the sun. Before everyone's incredulous gaze, the metal puppet's head separated from its neck with a "ka-si." The instant the metal puppet's head flew off, a boundless saber wind surged out from its neck. A strong saber intent hummed along with the wind, reverberating in every corner of the vast hall. The strong and horrifying saber intent made everyone shudder in fear. The wind kept blowing for a long time, causing the noisy hall to slowly quiet down. Only the humming of the wind could be heard. Such a scene attracted several elders and administrators of the sect affairs office to come out from their hiding places. When they saw the headless metal puppet, they were all startled. The metal puppet that had stood in the hall for more than 1,000 years had its head chopped off. The metal puppet's neck was specially reinforced. No cultivator under the age of 50 could chop it off. But now this unbelievable scene had happened in real life. The old administrator behind the stone stele narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected to make such a mistake. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little friend, let this saber wind stop. There's no need. Let this wind continue blowing. I want someone to remember how I defeated him." Amid the boundless strong wind, Xiaoqun hugged the lunar shadow saber and glanced indifferently at Xia Yang, whose mouth was agape. "Let the wind continue blowing. I want someone to know how I defeated him." These words sounded very calm and unperturbed. However, they were like a heavy slap to Xia Yang's face, resounding loudly. Xia Yang thought about how Xia Yang had defeated him after he scored 9 points. He had a proud expression on his face and shouted, "How are you going to defeat me?" Now Xiaoqun used the best action to prove how Xia Yang defeated him. The way Xiaoqun won, the way he won, made Xia Yang's face hurt from the wind. For this stage, our people from the Hall of Sect Affairs had a discussion. Although the gemstone didn't light up, it's still not enough. Although the gems did not light up, the strength that Xiaoqun displayed does not need to be proven. We will give him 10 points for this stage. The wind slowly stopped. As everyone expected, Xiaoqun, who chopped off the metal puppet's head, obtained the rare perfect score. Xiaoqun firmly surpassed Xia Yang, taking first place. After hearing the administrator's conclusion, Batu could not help but laugh. "My apologies, first young Master Lu. My brother made a fool of himself in front of you. Unfortunately, you are not even comparable to a joke. I remember that you only scored 9 points for this stage." Lu Yun was very angry. He had not expected Xiaoqun to use such a decisive method to turn things around. Everyone thought that he would definitely lose in the first round, but he made a huge comeback. "Don't get cocky. There are still 3 more stages. The victor is not decided yet," Lu Yun said coldly. Batu rubbed his chin and smiled. "These words are really familiar. Oh, that's right. Didn't I say it earlier? How did Brother Lu rebuke me? Every dog had its day." Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Batu felt very carefree. How many years had it been since Xiaoqun had seen Lu Yun so angry? This gamble was worth it. "Don't get cocky. I will not lose to you in the next 3 stages." Chapter 1173. Xia Yang said coldly to Xiaoqun. Then he stepped forward. The next stage tested movement techniques, which were also based on 10 points. Xia Yang's performance in this stage was not very good. The 10th layer Thunder Fire art allowed his explosive power to far surpass that of the younger generation. However, his movement technique was much weaker. He only managed to get 7 points in this stage, barely passing the passing line. Seeing his opponent's unsatisfactory performance, Xiaoqun was happy and relaxed. He held back some of his strength, using only the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to obtain 8 points. Xiaoqun did not have a specific goal. He just needed to obtain 1 point more than his opponent in each stage. He could not do anything about the first stage. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. If Xiaoqun did not bring out his full strength, he would not be able to surpass him. In the second stage, Xiaoqun could preserve his strength. Naturally, Xiaoqun chose to do so. Among the cultivators watching, Xiaoqun discovered several strong existences. The auras they gave off were no weaker than Lu Yun's. Xiaoqun did not know what these people were here for. If he could preserve some of his strength, he would do so, not letting others see through him. The third stage tested eyesight. There was no need to mention this stage. Xiaoqun had already cultivated the Heavenly Eye. If Xiaoqun opened the Heavenly Eye, even the half-step Emperor Wu would not be a match for him. He did not need to open the Heavenly Eye to deal with Xia Yang. Xiaoqun easily obtained 7 points, defeating his opponent's 6 points. It looked like the two were locked in a stalemate. Every time, it seemed like Xia Yang had a chance to defeat Xiaoqun. However, Xiaoqun surpassed him by 1 point every time. After 3 stages, the gap between the two reached 3 points. Lu Yun's expression turned increasingly unsightly. At the start, Batu, whom Lu Yun looked down on, smiled more widely. The fourth stage tested practical combat. With Xiaoqun's intentional control, Lu Yun finally defeated Xiaoqun, defeating Xiaoqun's 6 points with 7 points. After the 4 stages, Xiaoqun obtained a total of 31 points, and Xia Yang obtained 29 points. The two's total points successfully entered the top 50 of the Outstanding Talent token. Among the Heaven's Pride tokens, Xiao Chen had engraved the number 30, while Xia Yang had engraved the number 49. The numbers represented their rankings. It was clear who won and who lost the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. Everyone had already somewhat expected the final outcome from the moment Xiao Chen chopped off the Iron Man's head. However, Xiao Chen still could not accept it. How could a nameless person turn the tables and defeat the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Yang? Ah, young man, you are quite ambitious. I wonder how much of your strength you will be able to bring out in the test for the Proud Son of Heaven token. The old deacon who had first tested Xiao Chen's strength had keenly noticed that Xiao Chen had concealed his true strength in the last few tests, so he had secretly transmitted a message to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not pay too much attention to it. He hid his strength simply to avoid some trouble. He did not have any other ambitions. He could only say that this old deacon was thinking too much. 200 essence stones. Quickly take them out. The victor had already been decided. Ba Tu immediately led Xiao Chen to demand repayment, not giving Lu Yun any face. Lu Yun's face darkened as he tossed out 200 essence stones. He said coldly, "Let me tell you, my essence stones are not that easy to obtain. Don't run into me at the summit meeting." After saying that, Lu Yun felt that he had lost too much face, so he quickly left. Xia Yang, who followed closely behind, glanced at Xiao Chen before leaving without saying a word. "Is that so? I think they are easy to obtain. Coincidentally, I lack essence stones. Many thanks, Brother Lu." Ba Tu said loudly to Lu Yun, who had already gone far away, as he accepted the essence stones with a carefree smile on his face. "Come, let's go and have a drink. This was really delightful." Ba Tu directly handed the essence stones to Xiao Chen, not showing any intention of putting them in his pocket. Then he led Xiao Chen out of the city lord's residence. The commotion slowly died down. However, news of Xiao Chen chopping off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike in the city lord's residence's clan affairs hall, which was unprecedented in history, would definitely spread throughout the entire Dark City in a short time. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen obtained full marks in the first stage of the Outstanding Talent Tokens test, putting him on par with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen's feat in the clan affairs hall was just the beginning. Over the next few days, people continued to obtain the Outstanding Talent token, setting new records one after another. Furthermore, most of these people were not the local outstanding talents of Dark City. They were all outsiders, giving off the feeling that a storm was brewing. The cultivators in Dark City only reacted when the news of the start of the new Outstanding Talent Summit meeting spread. These strong outstanding talents that suddenly appeared were people from other sea domains who came to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The originally restless Dark City immediately turned even more chaotic. Every day there would be fierce battles between outstanding talents, trying to determine who was stronger. Among them, many of the outsiders had made a name for themselves in a series of fierce battles. This allowed people to know the names of these people in advance. Dark City was very chaotic. However, Xiao Chen did not care about this chaos. He remained in the Flame Rock Fortress and anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Even his cultivation time was squeezed out. With the Outstanding Talent token, Xiao Chen successfully purchased the divine materials he needed to repair the dragon-subduing platform. At the same time, he saved a large sum of black astral coins, allowing him to experience the great benefits of the Outstanding Talent token. Yu Bingyun did not go anywhere in Dark City. When she learned that Xiao Chen wanted to repair the dragon-subduing platform, she took the initiative to offer her help. The repair was a huge project. It would be great if someone was willing to help. Xiao Chen did not think too much before agreeing. On this particular day, the repair of the dragon-subduing platform reached its final stage. Ba Tu rushed over to inform Xiao Chen of a piece of news. "My first brother, Ba Yan, came out of closed-door cultivation and wants to meet you." Xiao Chen had heard of Ba Tu's first brother, Ba Yan. This person was very strong and ranked among the top of the many outstanding talents in Dark City. Even that Lu Yun once suffered at Ba Yan's hands. Xiao Chen had stayed in this Flame Rock Fortress for a long time. Be it out of courtesy or curiosity, Xiao Chen wanted to meet this person. Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and followed Ba Tu together with Yu Bingyun. When they arrived at a drill ground in the fortress, they saw Ba Yan exchanging moves with a senior of his clan on the drill ground. A stout man who looked somewhat similar to Ba Tu stood on the drill ground. His entire body surged with energy. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of rocks crashing and flames surging. Every move of this man was extremely ferocious. He walked the path of opening and closing. However, these simple moves had a certain charm to them. After watching for a long time, Xiaoqun discovered the profoundness behind them. Ba Yin cultivated two wills, the will of fire and the will of rock. He cultivated both wills to great perfection. Furthermore, he used an ingenious method to merge them, forming the will of flame rock unique to the flame rock sovereign's bloodline. The will of flame contained a surging, boundless explosive force and the hardness and toughness of rock. Ba Yan's opponent was a consummation blue-robed emperor of the flame rock fortress. Although this was not a battle to the death, the fight was still extremely intense. Although that old man used all his means, he could not make up for it. When Batu saw this, he revealed an expression of worship. "This is my first brother." When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. He is the most talented person in the history of our clan. When my grandfather was this young, he only cultivated the flame rock art to the 9th layer. Yu Bingyun smiled and asked, "What layer are you at now?" Batu smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Can this be a secret?" "I'm too embarrassed to say." Although Batu did not say it, Xiaoqun could tell that Batu's flame rock art had only reached the peak of the 6th layer, not even breaking through to the 7th layer. Compared to his first brother, Batu was far from comparable. However, this was not because Batu was too weak. Batu's talent was not bad either. Rather, it was because his first brother Ba Yin was too strong, too dazzling. Bang! Rock and flame merged. When Ba Yin punched with a mighty might, he forced the old man back another 10 steps. The battle in the martial arts arena came to an end here and did not continue. After first young master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely shine brightly at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The descendants of the other great bandits will never imagine that first young master has cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer, the old man who was sparring with Ba Yin said with a smile. The old man said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Ba Yin looked as carefree as Ba Tuesday. He looked like he was in a good mood, but he appeared more cautious and reserved. Ba Yan's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, filled with boundless confidence. However, he did not speak confidently. Our clan's flame rock art is a peak inferior grade cultivation technique among profound cultivation techniques. Being able to cultivate it to the 10th layer is indeed a great advantage. However, it is not good to underestimate others because of this. There are no ordinary people among the descendants of great bandits. After saying that, Ba Yin dismissed the old man. Then he walked over to Xiaoqun excitedly with a smile on his face. "You are the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqun that my younger brother mentioned. According to my younger brother, you are very incredible. You even chopped down that Iron Man from the Clan Affairs Hall with one strike. Let's exchange a few moves." Ba Yan's words sounded very provocative. Batu quickly said, "Xiaoqun, don't mind him. My older brother's temper is like this. When he sees an expert, he can't help itching for a fight. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, he has not improved at all." "It's fine. I would like to see Brother Ba Yan's martial techniques as well." Xiaoqun did not dislike such people. In fact, he was somewhat similar to them. When he saw an expert that made his eyes light up, he could not help wanting to spar with them. He wanted to see what he could learn from them and improve himself. Or perhaps he just wanted to find an opponent for himself. If a cultivator kept cultivating behind closed doors, without having experienced hundreds of battles, they would definitely regress. Ba Yin smiled and said, "It looks like we are on the same path. Let's exchange 3 moves then." Xiaoqun nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking. Let's go." Before Batu's and Yu Bingyun's stunned gazes, the two people who had just met immediately went to the drill platform, preparing to fight. A strange look flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. She said, "Why is your elder brother looking for Xiaoqun? Could it be that he wants to spar with him?" Chapter 1174. Batu scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure either. It seems like Big Brother received an invitation and is preparing to bring Xiaoqun along. He should be testing his strength now." As the two of them spoke, Xiaoqun and Ba Yin started fighting. Compared to the other cultivators, Ba Yin appeared extremely simple and crude. He did not store up any power, simply raising his hand and punching. Blazing fire, burning clouds. This move was based on the state of raging fire. The moment Ba Yin moved his feet, a surging sea of fire instantly spread out. What a shocking explosive power. The other party's explosive power slightly surprised Xiaoqun. Furthermore, there was no need for him to accumulate power at all. He could control it as he wished. Not daring to be careless, Xiaoqun's figure flashed as he executed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps. His body became like a dragon as he took 7 steps forward. With every step he took, 1 or 2 wild lightning dragons would shoot out from beneath Xiao Chen's feet, and they would roar towards the sky while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. After he took 7 steps, 12 berserk electric dragons flew out from behind Xiao Chen. At this moment he instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and clashed with his opponent's punch. The auras of the two sides clashed, clashing head-on. The saber light and the fist light clashed, giving off a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Xiao Chen took 5 steps back but Ba Yin took 10 steps back. What kind of saber technique is this? It is so fast, yet it can still erupt with such might. Ba Yin appeared somewhat shocked. Xiao Chen raised his saber and stood upright. He said, "Thunder Dragon Chop. I condensed the lightning tribulation saber technique that I comprehended in the past into a saber technique. I only recently comprehended it as well. It looks like it is pretty strong." Using the Thunder Dragon steps as the foundation and the lightning tribulation saber technique from before, this was a new move that Xiao Chen came up with in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Without the advancement of the Thunder Dragon steps, this move would not have appeared. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinarily mighty. Interesting. Take another punch from me, conquering the world fist. This punch also obtained the will of rock, not as ferocious and explosive as the will of fire. However, the aura that Xiao Chen's fist technique revealed was even more domineering. It was as if he wanted to suppress the mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers with one punch. As Ba Yin soared into the air, the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. With this punch, all the mountains and rivers submitted. This move was not as ferocious as before, and the aura it exuded was much weaker. However, the tyrannical aura it radiated gave Xiao Chen even greater pressure. Good timing. This move completely aroused Xiao Chen's competitive spirit. With a loud laugh, he stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a cyan dragon shadow flew out from Xiao Chen's body. The 10,000 heavenly laws in his body all turned into illusory dragons. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 dragons soared into the air, roaring in unison. As Xiao Chen slashed down with his saber, he materialized the subduing dragon profound slash, forming a green saber light that reached the sky. Ba Tu gaped and exclaimed, "Damn! He is trying to destroy the stage." Yu Bingyun also felt some shock. However, she was much calmer than Ba Tu's day. She said indifferently, "Don't worry. It is just a simple exchange. The two of them know their limits and will not bring out their full strength." The punch that contained the might of mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers struck the cyan saber light. Kasia. Cracks appeared on the surface of Ba Yan's fist, and countless specks of dust flew out. Xiao Chen's saber strike had broken Ba Yan's protective rock veritable energy. However, the might of this punch was similarly startling. A clear crack appeared in the saber light where Ba Yan's fist struck. "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore." When Ba Yan saw his protective veritable energy break, he was startled and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Chen again, he no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's fist subduing rivers and mountains was extremely powerful. This was the first time Ba Yan met someone in the same generation who could break his defense. Ba Yan already lost in the first move, and his protective rock veritable energy broke in the second move. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his trump card in the third move. However, Ba Yan did not intend to use his trump card so early. The two moves were very efficient, allowing the two to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strength. Although Ba Yan was slightly weaker in this exchange, he still looked as graceful as before. The first move's horrifying eruption could be executed at will. Xiao Chen circulated the Thunder Dragon steps and took 7 steps before he managed to gain a slight advantage with the Thunder Dragon chop. The second move, fist subduing rivers, subduing mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers, was even more tyrannical. This was the first time someone nearly broke Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation for the third move. If he guessed right, the third move should merge the will of fire and the will of rock. Then he would circulate the 10th layer of the flame rock art and execute them together to form a horrifying killing move. Xiao Chen estimated that if he perfectly executed it, it would rival a medial grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, Ba Yan suddenly withdrew at the crucial moment. "Not bad. Looks like Ba Tu was right. You are even stronger than he described." Ba Yan walked over while laughing loudly. He did not hold any grudges because he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Instead, his eyes filled with joy. It looked like this Ba Yan was truly a battle maniac. He was the kind of cultivator who truly indulged in combat and did not care about victory or defeat. Big brother, how is it? With Xiao Chen's strength, he can accompany you to that gathering, right? Ba Tu asked with a smile as he walked over with Yu Bingyun. Ba Yan nodded and said, naturally he can. However, brother Xiao Chen has to be willing first. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused as he asked, what gathering? Ba Yan took out an invitation and smiled. I don't know who initiated it, but it's a small gathering for the successors of the 13 great bandits. I received it the moment I came out of closed-door cultivation. It should be someone who wants to test the might of my fist. I don't think I'm a descendant of a great bandit, Xiao Chen said with a frown. He felt that this gathering had nothing to do with him. Ba Yan smiled and said, how can you not figure it out? Even an uncouth person like me knows that this gathering is a test of strength before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you? Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting again. Xiao Chen had already heard these words several times. However, he had been busy repairing and rebuilding the dragon subduing platform, so he did not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was. Could it be that you still do not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is after being in Dark City for so long? Seeing that Xiao Chen still had a somewhat confused expression, Ba Yan and Ba Tu both showed surprised expressions. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, I really do not know about this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I came to Dark City for another matter. I am preparing to leave 3 days later. Ba Tu, tell him about it. I thought that he was here for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Ba Tu thought for a while and organized his words. Then he said, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is jointly held by the factions of the 13 Great Bandits. The purpose of this is to promote competition between the various outstanding talents. It is held once every 5 years and it is like a test. Anyone with an outstanding talent token can register. The competition is intense and cruel. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The top 3 will receive the most valuable rewards. They will all receive varying amounts of essence stones. The first place will receive a medial-grade profound martial technique and a chance to enter the dark blood pool to strengthen the physical body. Essence stones? A medial-grade profound martial technique. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. These 2 items held a fatal attraction to any blue-robed emperor. No wonder the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was so attractive. This also explained why he saw so many cultivators from the foreign seas coming to apply for an Outstanding Talent token at the City Administration Hall. What do you think? Do you still think that this small gathering has nothing to do with you? Ba Yan said with a smile, it is very difficult for those who rely on connections to get in. Even if Ba Tu wanted to go, I would not bring him. The ones going this time will definitely be the strongest of the great bandits' descendants. Without sufficient strength, you will only be humiliated. Xiao Chen quickly made his decision. He said seriously, many thanks, brother Ba Yan. When are we leaving? Good. Let's go now then. After being in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, my bones have already turned soft. It is time to meet up with those old friends. Ba Yan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he put away the invitation letter and led Xiao Chen away. Before leaving, there were still some finishing touches to the dragon subduing platform's repairs. So Xiao Chen could only ask Yu Bingyun to help. Fortunately, Yu Bingyun did not reject it, happily accepting it. However, Xiao Chen found it strange. Given Yu Bingyun's strength, she should be able to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. However, she did not seem interested. With Ba Yan leading the way, the 2 flew around the city without any fear. With the Outstanding Talent token in hand, they completely ignored the rules of Dark City that prohibited flying. Along the way, Ba Yan was very talkative. Perhaps it was because of their bloodline, but the descendants of the Flame Rock Sovereign were rather carefree, not holding back when they spoke. Xiao Chen, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Holy Daughter? Thanks to you, this is the first time the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter has come to our Flame Rock Castle as a guest. Ba Yan was no different from Ba Tu in this aspect. They were both very gossipy. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only give a solemn explanation. However, Ba Yan still did not believe him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We have arrived. After traveling for a long time, the 2 arrived before a restaurant in the inner city. The restaurant gave off a strange aura. Its frame felt exceptionally sturdy. This is the famous Conflagration restaurant of Dark City. The entire restaurant is made of divine materials. Furthermore, there are restrictions laid on it. Even if a battle breaks out in there, it will not damage the restaurant. It is the favorite place of the Black Sea cultivators. Bai Yin had been to the Conflagration restaurant several times before, so he was familiar with the place. Bai Yin strode in, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nearly everyone's gazes focused on him. Damn. This battle maniac came out of closed-door cultivation. Hurry up and leave. After holding it in for more than half a year, I wonder who he will vent his anger on. A moment of panic appeared in the hall. The messy tables immediately opened up a path for Bai Yin. Xiaoqun laughed hoarsely and said, "It looks like you are quite famous in this place." Bai Yan's lips curled up as he said, "How boring. I still miss the first time I came here. Back then I fought to my heart's content. Now the Black Sea cultivators are becoming increasingly cowardly." The location of the gathering was on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. Someone had already reserved the entire place. Without an invitation one could not enter. Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the two of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the second floor was much quieter. The two did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xiaoqun stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xia Yang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiaoqun was that Jiang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Jiang Feng for some time, Jiang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly Zhao Feng noticed Xiaoqun as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiaoqun started discussing in whispers. Xiaoqun chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been in the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiaoqun at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Bai Yan said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiaoqun entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with the blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiaoqun was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiaoqun caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiaoqun's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiaoqun could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiaoqun could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiaoqun would respond. Bai Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiaoqun. If Xiaoqun couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiaoqun here. Xiaoqun smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. Oh! The instant Xiaoqun drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiaoqun's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiaoqun used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiaoqun used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiaoqun drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality, it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber and the wine shot out. Xiaoqun raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiaoqun's mouth. Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you. Xiaoqun sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiao Qin should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiao Qin knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qin did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Qin had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xiao Qin would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xiao Qin perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xiao Qin catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup? All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xiao Qin did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Hu Qi. The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xiao Qin added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xiao Qin returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality you look down on this Liu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind, this Liu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Liu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xiao Qin used to test the waters became a new excuse, an excuse for him to make another move. Liu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Liu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Liu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Liu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he is going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Liu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called 1,000-Year Snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Liu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with 1,000-Year Snow emanated Liu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then he charged forward together with the ice phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Liu Yang's saber intent. The Ice Phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Liu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the Ice Phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiao Qin did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Liu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end he still retreated. However, Liu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiao Qin retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding, 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 ding. As Xiao Qin's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiao Qin's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiao Qin advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Liu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the Ice Phoenix step by step. Xiao Qin spun around and smiled faintly. Then he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiao Qin easily caught the wine cup of the Ice Phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The Ice Phoenix circled around Xiao Qin's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup in the wine cup, Xiao Qin picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. It is indeed a good wine. Young Master Liu, you lived up to your words. Xiao Qin praised Liu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Liu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, as the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row. Liu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of 1,000-year snow with dazzling movements. Then he sent them to Xiao Qin again. Good timing. Xiao Qin was a wine lover in the first place. This 1,000-year snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The 3 incoming Ice Phoenixes shattered under Xiao Qin's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiao Qin downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough. Xiao Qin put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax like he was drunk but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. As you wish. Liu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up and his aura erupted. Liu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of 1,000-year snow flew out together with the Ice Phoenixes and snowbirds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Qin looked at the dazzling Ice Phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Liu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiao Qin seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Liu Yang's movement stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The 1,000-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiao Qin, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. No more wine? It's fine. I have some. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Liu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiao Qin put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiao Qin's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiao Qin, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more no less. All the 1,000-year flame that Xiao Qin collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz. The wine cup shook slightly and clumps of flame soared up. With the support of Xiao Chen's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame. When Xiao Chen looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea Saber Sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling golden light. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with the 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the Saber Sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately the one who mocked Xiao Chen was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of thousand-year snow entered his stomach, Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiao Chen had not gotten drunk in a long time. He could no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiao Chen's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Ha! In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiao Chen held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yang, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the Conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who is this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant! This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yang is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So, it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xia Yang, the descendant of the Thunderfire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiao Chen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were peeking discussed in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yan blushed with shame. This Xiao Chen brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence he offended all the outstanding talents present. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it, Ba Yan said with a grin. When Lu Yang heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yang had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my Black Sea for having no one. I want Zhao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Jianghu, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Jianghu step forward, he laughed loudly and said, I'll toast you 100 cups. Whoosh. As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Jianghu. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong aftereffects of the thousand-year flame made him feel tipsy. Wuxia. After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jianghu could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of thousand-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the aftereffects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chen, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups. "I'll drink with you. I, Lu Yun, will drink with you." However, Xiao Chen stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The thousand-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking one cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen. The first to attack was Lu Yang, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of thousand-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then, his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon chop together with the Lunar Shadow saber. Bang! Lu Yang, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chen, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, "You are only SOSO, and you still want to sneak attack me? Attack together." When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chen standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chen felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chen laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his Lunar Shadow saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chen weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiao Chen let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of thousand-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiao Chen's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiao Chen went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of thousand-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. 4 hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiao Chen. As he swayed, Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandit's descendants. As Xiao Chen stood at the table, he drank the last cup of thousand-year flame. Then he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing. So he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Ba Yin, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Ba Yin had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Ba Yin carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Whoosh. Just as Ba Yin carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave, 2 figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiao Chen were still here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. They were the 2 figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Zhao Feng, the descendant of the Divine Eye Sovereign, who was ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, advanced to sovereign martial emperor. Sima Lingxuan's status soared, no one able to compete with him. These two were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. Indeed, it is you. Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiao Chen and Ba Yan had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiao Chen. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiao Chen was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiao Chen suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxuan's glory. You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time. A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxuan's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground, snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiao Chen's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word: powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiao Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. That guy has been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said. That's right, the purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out. Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxuan's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng." What do you mean? Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "Ha! Unfortunately, your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here?" Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. He's back. Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingxuan's face. The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago, I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Sima Lingxuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingxuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingxuan's demon was Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had killed Sima Lingxuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Xiao Qin, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that, you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingxuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent? Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Mo Ran. He is one of the cultivators from the Outer Sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ice Sea's Lung Xan and the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the Human Demon Sea's young expert, Mo Ran. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and 2 men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ice Sea's Lung Xen. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest outstanding talents in Dark City. Including Xiao Qin and Ba Yan who left, the strongest outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The Human Demon Sea's Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely a With just this bit of ability you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Lung Xan changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Ran's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant. Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves. That is precisely the case, the Storm Sea's Ouyang Feng and the Ice Sea's Lung Xan said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiao Qin was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Ba Yan carried Xiao Qin all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon-subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiao Qin covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Ba Yan. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Ba Yan quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong aftereffect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiaoqian was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiaoqian's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiaoqian, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yan tossed Xiaoqian onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. The Xiaoqian brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yan, but he had already gone far away. Then she saw Xiaoqian stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiaoqian on her shoulder for a long time. Then she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carried me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiaoqian's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiaoqian over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then she copied Ba Yan and carried Xiaoqian to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiaoqian on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then she looked at the bloodstains on Xiaoqian's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Bloodsword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiaoqian's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiaoqian's face clean. Then she called a maidservant over to help Xiaoqian change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiaoqian's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiaoqian had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiaoqian awake. However, this time, due to the aftereffects of drinking 100 cups of peak-quality wine, even after someone changed Xiaoqian's clothes, he still did not react. Xiaoqian could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiaoqian's blood-stained white robes. Then she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiaoqian had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Lu Ryue, of Bai, of Feng Feishue. He dreamed of many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiaoqian knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiaoqian had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that emperor's gate. Xiaoqian had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiaoqian why he came to this world. Why did Xiaoqian become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiaoqian? Pa! Suddenly the bridge broke. As Xiaoqian ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiaoqian suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So, it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiaoqian's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xiaoqian to lean back on the bed. Xiao Qin rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiao Qian's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xiao Qin tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xiao Qin was somewhat at a loss. Then he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the immortal spirit ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xiao Qin felt much more at ease. Xiao Qin got up and paced around the room. Then he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiao Qian's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiao Qin. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiao Qin had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiao Qin used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiao Qian's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial-grade profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial-grade profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiao Qin had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiao Qian's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiao Qin comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four-season saber technique, myriad heaven divine fist, subduing dragon profound slash, thunder dragon chop, thunder dragon steps, flawless bright moon, thousand-year flame, thousand-year death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiao Qian's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually it reached two paths, time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiao Qian's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in Instant of Glory in such a short period of time, Xiao Qin managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiao Qin stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky, and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous Instant of Glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there was no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes, to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiao Qin waved his hand and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then he said indifferently, "In the past, the Instant of Glory was just wandering outside the door. This time I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray." With a direction and the right path, there was no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of Instant of Glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiao Qin's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiao Qin opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiao Qin. I wonder how much longer you are going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the Human Demon Sea. I want to go to the Ice Sea and the Storm Sea. I want to help the Lunar Palace find two things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope, don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. XXX Yu Bingyun, stay. XXX was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiao Qun couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiao Qun had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiao Qun put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiao Qun held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ryu addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiao Qun pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiao Qun strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon-subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon-subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiao Qun arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard, looking around excitedly on the dragon-subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiao Qun asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiao Qun sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon-subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiao Qun looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon-subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiao Qun stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Qun, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiao Qun was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does Senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's Bai Yen. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiao Qun walked around the dragon-subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyun had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Qun answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon-subduing platform and leave." "You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me?" The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiao Qun with a smile. Xiao Qun did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiao Qun's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting to geomancy to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizon startled Xiao Qun slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiao Qun had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiao Qun did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiao Chen's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiao Chen was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the Forbidden Lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued, unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time. There are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter. Xiao Chen felt curious. He asked, "What are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out?" When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god and left this abandoned land of ours. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I'm not sure if there is one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It is just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. Every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiao Chen had seen in the Haoyan martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Chen did not understand. Then, the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So, muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pa. The hemp-robed old man smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then, an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiao Chen and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiao Chen was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xiao Chen to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Big sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs." "Don't call me big sister, you old man." The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert, Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished and his popularity soared. The human demon sees Mo Ran, the ice sees Leng Xn, and the storm sees Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiao Chen compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiao Qin compete, wanting to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon the strongest four appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Ba Yin, obtaining a spot in the top four. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The third spot went to the human demon C's Mo Ran. His opponent was Zhao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Zhao Feng had learned a medial grade profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The fourth spot went to the two young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the outer seas to obtain too many spots in the top four, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Lung Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the will of ice and the will of storm, broadening their horizons. Ba Yin, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Ba Yin glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Ba Yan's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Ba Yin. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn it. If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Ba Yin said, unconvinced. Ba Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiao Qin did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top three. He would definitely obtain a medial grade profound martial technique, Ba Yin said with a nod. Ba Yin nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiao Qin's strength. After all, Xiao Qin had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yin was confident that Xiao Qin would not have any problems getting into the top three. It might even be possible for Xiao Qin to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yin called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top four, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiao Qin did not come. Trampling on Xiao Qin in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Hu Qi. A cold light flashed in the storm. Then a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top four was decided. The Ice Sea's Lung Xn was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top four were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only two arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only one arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top four, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other three finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, they bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the city lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka. The two arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semi-finals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the city lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the Outstanding Talent Summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yin frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility but could not be sure. The 4 people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiaochen appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiaochen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words non-stop. The 4 people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon Mo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiaochen at all. Lung Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiaochen, who was on the platform. Xiaochen, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xiaochen had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the 4 people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token? Is it this? Xiaochen took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed to him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word kill written on the front and order carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the 3 words forceful kill order, their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Ba Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, if Xiaochen fails, this old man will lose all your face. In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The Forceful Kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the Forceful Kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the Forceful Kill token. One could enter midway. However, there was a price for using the Forceful Kill token. After using the Forceful Kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there were currently 4 people in the arena. If Xiaochen defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The Great Bandit who gave Xiaochen the Forceful Kill token would pay for it. To a Great Bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the Forceful Kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the Forceful Kill token for several hundred years already. After Xiaochen handed over the Forceful Charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the Forceful Kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the Forceful Kill token. Xiaochen appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restriction still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xiaochen looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xiaochen, he no longer paid him any attention. Then he looked at Lung Xen, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen could not make out his true expression. The human demon sees Mo Ran took the initiative. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiao Chen felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiao Chen's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now all Xiao Chen pursued was the great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chen, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The forceful charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to use the forceful charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the forceful charge token. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation he replied calmly, I'm sure. It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words, I'm sure, immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiao Chen appeared with the forceful charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well, you can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other three did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiao Chen would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon sees Mo Ran. Of the four, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiao Chen chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then it should be Sima Lingxian or Lung Xan. Coincidentally, these two are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiao Chen would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other three left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiao Chen did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiao Chen was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiao Chen chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, that's right. The white-robed Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, I am Xiao Chen. Please give me some pointers. In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight. Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Bai Yen, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon Xiao Chen was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious, man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen. Retreat again. Xiao Chen, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ah! You are only SOSO. Scram. Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xiaoqin to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xiaoqin had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xiaoqin did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xiaoqin knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood-dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xiaoqin retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xiaoqin took this step, he instantly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber and launched the Thunder Dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunder clouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. King Chong. The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xiaoqin's saber. When Xiaoqin stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with one step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xiaoqin's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xiaoqin's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xiaoqin moved like a berserk dragon. Xiaoqin walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xiaoqin's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, he took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xiaoqin. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xiaoqin to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xiaoqin just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell and the dragons fled far away. Xiaoqin stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon Sima Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xiaoqin's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xiaoqin. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xiaoqin heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks." "Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Ran smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin. It had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human demon mixed blood, something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiaoqin in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon war body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, Xiao Chen took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon sword, he executed the Thunder Dragon Chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. Dang. The Thunder Dragon Chop broke through Mo Ran's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Ran's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Ran's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiao Chen did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Kasie. The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Ran's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiao Chen still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiao Chen's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiao Chen quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiao Chen did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiao Chen had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even the martial technique that Xiao Chen used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Ran's monstrous defense. Earlier, Jianghu had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon Chop could not break the defense of Mo Ran's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant of Glory? Xiao Chen's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiao Chen remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiao Chen was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiao Chen from the very start, saying that Xiao Chen would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiao Chen to attack continuously. Then, when Xiao Chen was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Ran's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiao Chen's martial technique. Then he could just chase after Xiao Chen and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the white-robed bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Ran's lips curled up as he mocked Xiao Chen. Then he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiao Chen was completely immune to Mo Ran's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiao Chen's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he stared at Mo Ran's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern, a cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Ran's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him, like Xiao Chen's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Ran's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Mo Ran's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yun get down? You'll do the same." The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Chen's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Chen's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant the ground cracked and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. Whoosh! In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon chop. Cassia. When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point, the victor was already decided. Xiao Chen was not stingy. He answered honestly, "In the next fight there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence."